Of our national anthem, today led by the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Jay, you're up.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, c'est porter pays, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée, et plus brillants exploits. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Deputy de Bar.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu-Nicolet Bécancourt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two facts have marked the last parliamentary session: the return of the fiscal balance with a vengeance and the utter lack of consideration by Federalist parties for environmental concerns in Quebec. The issue of the pipeline, which has given rise to concern in Quebec, hasn't moved the Federalist parties in Ottawa. They've all spoken out in favour of the proposed line. Quebec is being perceived as a simple lobbyist to buy the National Energy Board. We're not masters in our own home. For the Bloc Québécois, it's clear it's not up to the National Energy Board to make a decision for Quebecers. It's now clear that Quebec's interests have been abandoned. The federal government prefers to stimulate the automobile industry and the oil and gas sector, while not adhering to the principle of stimulating the forestry sector and the cheese industry. We know that we have a great deal of work ahead of us because we are the only party to be concerned and to be defending, without compromise, Quebec's interests at all times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, during the holiday season, it is a time to reflect and appreciate those who have made contributions to Parliament. I wish to thank all our staff and parliamentary employees who have worked so hard throughout the year in order to enable MPs to serve their constituents effectively. I wish at this time to note in particular the contributions of Pamela Hardisty, a former assistant parliamentary librarian who passed away in Surrey, British Columbia on November 7, 2014 at the age of 95. Pamela Hardisty was born and raised in Manitoba. She obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Manitoba and a Master's degree in Library Science from the University of Toronto. In 1962, Pamela became the Assistant Parliamentary Librarian and was the first woman to attain this position. Pamela Hardisty was a dedicated employee for 22 years at the Library of Parliament. Her contributions will always be remembered. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate the 66th anniversary of the United Nations General Assembly's unanimous adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is a time to celebrate our equal rights to freedom, equality, and justice, as established under the Universal Declaration and the law. But it is also an opportunity to reiterate our commitment to promoting and advancing these concepts in our society. But it is also New Democrats also believe that upholding human rights must be a central organizing principle of Canada's domestic and foreign policy. In many places around the world, people continue to be persecuted for their beliefs, their ideals, and their convictions. We need to keep working to protect those fundamental freedoms as they continue to come under threat or to be abused. Today and every day, we must commit to protecting human rights and to building a more just and prosperous society in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last week there was a horrific event in my riding of Kamloops Thompson Caribou when RCMP member Corporal Jean-René Michaud was shot while on duty. I know the whole community joins me in sending our thoughts and prayers to both Corporal Michaud and his family while he is recovering in hospital. Events such as these are dark reminders of the dangers that frontline RCMP officers across the country are putting themselves in every day of the year. They will be serving as we spend time with our families on Christmas Eve and as we sit down to our Christmas dinners, defending and protecting Canadians and their communities. It is important that we extend our appreciation and our thanks to those who serve on our behalf. These are individuals who have built a reputation on ensuring a safe and secure Canada. It is an organization that is recognized around the world for the courage and accomplishments demonstrated by its members. Thank you, RCMP, and thank you for your service, Corporal Jean-René Michaud.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canfield.
Mr. Speaker, 'twas the week before Christmas, and Canadians were keen to witness a parliamentary nativity scene. There's lots of bad actors in this political fray, so I took up the task of casting this play. The Prime Minister thought there may be a chance, but said, "First, let me check with the boys in short pants." The kids all agreed. All our ministers are in, but when you look at the lineup, the talent's quite thin. I said not to be mean or even unkind, but I don't think three wise men will be easy to find. And the gifts they would bear, frankincense, myrrh, and gold, will take 50 years to deliver, I'm told. I then got an email from the PMO lads. We're going to promote it with action plan ads. So, Joseph was a carpenter, a fixer of note. Our honourable speaker would garner my vote. The cranky innkeeper who showed little heart. The government house leader might like that part. The good shepherd should be played by a brave and strong voice. Our sergeant at arms is the obvious choice. But who'll play the Savior? God's only Son. How about someone born Christmas Day, 1971?
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, here in Canada, children and their families are exposed to a wide variety of opportunities to participate in sports, and many dream of achieving sporting excellence. My community of Brantford-Brant is no exception. We have been blessed with elite athletes having reached the highest levels of achievement. Names like Gaylord Palmas, perhaps the best lacrosse player the world has ever seen. Kevin Sullivan, Tom Longboat, Debbie Miller, and Rick Mannon in track and field. Local Red Sox legends Jimmy Wilkes and Ron Stead. The NFL's Nick Kazar, CFLers Joe Pakula and Dave Clark, and of course a long list of hockey superstars, including the NHL's all-time Ironman Doug Jarvis and the greatest hockey player of all time, Wayne Gretzky. Their stories, iconic memorabilia, and more are now on display in the magnificent new Brantford and Area Sports Hall of Recognition inside the Wayne Gretzky Sports Complex. Be sure to visit and experience the stories of over 60 proud Canadian athletes who have left their mark on the world of sports.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have this opportunity today to highlight the 25th anniversary of the Quebec City Native Friendship Centre. This organization helps First Nations members living off reserve in the Quebec City region and provides all kinds of services. The list is long: assistance for housing, food, clothing, childcare, help with homeworks, fighting homelessness, access to internet, and a host of specialized programs for young Aboriginal people. Within the centre itself is the Café Borbec, which organizes benefit dinners. It offers a catering service and gathers funds to fund projects that help the community. The Quebec City Native Friendship Centre enriches my community by strengthening the bridges between the different cultures and by providing precious assistance to all who need it. To all of those over the years who have worked in this treasure in Louis Saint Laurent, I say thank you and happy 25th anniversary.
Mr. Speaker, the BC forest industry has been the backbone of the BC economy for the last century. Over the past century, forest practices, environmental protection, and business models have improved to the point that the BC forest industry is recognized globally for its innovation. Today, more trees are planted than harvested every year. Use of wood fiber per tree has increased from 66% to over 90% today. Wow. And the industry has become more efficient and profitable through technological advancement applications. Our Conservative government has partnered with the forest industry to expand their access to new international markets, especially at the Pacific Rim. We have also invested in research and development of new wood fiber products and funded energy efficiency in the industry. Mr. Speaker, the BC forest industry, through innovation, has positioned itself for the next century, which will provide jobs and prosperity for all Canadians in the future.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, law-abiding hunters, farmers and sport shooters know that there is only one party that will stand up for safe and sensible firearms policy. It's not the Liberal Party, whose leader has said that it will bring back long gun registry, and who makes claims about firearms laws that either show deep cynicism or a fundamental misunderstanding of how the firearms laws work. It's not the NDP who is committed to bringing back the gun registry and tracking every gun in Canada. It's our Conservative government. We have taken numerous actions to make our firearms policy safe and sensible. We ended the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all and introduced the Common Sense Firearms Act. We will always stand up for law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sport shooters.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-la-Prairie. Today, we will be voting on my bill C-603 to make side guards mandatory on big trucks.
We can and we must save lives. It's not time for politics. The coroners of Ontario and Quebec are very clear. Side guards save lives. To members who believe that studies are inconclusive, I invite them to vote in favor of the bill at this stage so we can hear from experts at committee.
When I tabled my bill, I said we couldn't wait for someone else to die before taking action. We have waited long enough.
Families should not have to lose loved ones while waiting for this Parliament to take action. The time to act is now. We must support this bill.
The honourable member for Whitby, Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Canada's economy is better than many, and that's thanks to this government's careful stewardship, we remain on the road to recovery. Introducing a carbon tax would be detrimental on this road to economic recovery. And this government believes in the importance of a strong economy and refuses to weigh it down with another tax on Canadian families. Contrary to the NDP and Liberals, who have repeatedly called for increases to taxes on Canadians. To bring in a job-killing carbon tax would be irresponsible. Our government is standing up for hard-working Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government will never punish Canadians with the job-killing carbon tax.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Parkdale High Park, the riding that I represent, is home to many women who come to Canada through the Live-In Caregiver program. They left their families behind to come here and look after our children, our relatives, but this government doesn't care about their safety. No. Instead of addressing the vulnerability and precariousness caused by their status here, this government would rather keep these women from building a life by imposing caps on applications for permanent residency. This government should address the real issues these women face, such as exploitation and unsafe working conditions that are the result of employer-tied work permits and high recruitment fees. Only then will caregivers be safe in Canada, something every person in this country deserves.
Well said. The honourable member for Peace River.
Our government believes that money belongs in the pockets of Canadian families. The opposition believes that money belongs in government's pockets. It's no secret that the opposition would like to bring forward a job-killing carbon tax. A carbon tax would raise the price on everything, including fuel in Victoria, groceries in Iqaluit, and home heating in St. John's. It's a tax that no Canadian wants. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that government can't tax its way to the top, and the opposition, though, disagrees with that. The Liberals and NDP keep trying to get their hands into the pockets of Canadians, which is why they continue to push for a job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price of everything.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker,
Jean Béliveau is taken to his final place of rest in Montreal. We in this House wish to pay our last respects to the celebrated Gros Bill.
Grandeur, elegance, and generosity were the hallmarks of this man. And simplicity, a characteristic of true heroes. Everything seemed easy for this man who embodied class, but athletes don't become the best in their discipline without overcoming many obstacles. It was through his talent, and thanks to his talent, that number 4 raised 10 Stanley Cups, but also through his strength of character and his sense of sacrifice. Who better than this great captain to embody true team spirit? A captain in hockey, always a captain, because what would we admire more, his athletic accomplishments or the attention that he gave to every child who came into his life? Gros Bill hung up his skates, but he will always remain alive in the hearts of all children, small and big alike. Thank you, Mr. Jean Béliveau.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, our government is on track to balance Canada's budget, and we are now in a position to help Canadian families balance theirs. Our plan gives new money to 100% of families with children, and the majority of benefits go to low- and middle-income families. With the enhancement of the universal child care benefit, moms and dads in communities like Bentley, Eckville, Millet and Blackfalds and the riding of Wetaskiwin and across this country will receive nearly $2,000 per year for every child under 6 and $720 per year for every child between the ages of 6 and 17. But the NDP and the Liberals want to take this money away and spend it on expensive government programs and bureaucracy. Instead of giving the decision-making powers to parents, the NDP and Liberals want Ottawa bureaucrats telling families what they get to do. That's not right, Mr. Speaker. We know Canadian families deserve to make their own decisions, and we are proud to be the only party standing up for them.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Skeena-Baker Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are starting to wonder whatever happened to those Conservatives who rode into power promising to change Ottawa, because instead they see that Ottawa's changed the Conservatives. They promised to clean up the mess from the Liberal sponsorship scandal. Instead gave us Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright. They promised to end the decade of darkness to our military. Instead brought in a decade of darkness for our veterans. They promised on a stack of Bibles they were going to regulate the oil and gas sector, and now they call that very same policy crazy. They promised to do something about the economy, but now we see 400,000 lost manufacturing jobs and the temporary foreign worker fiasco. So here's a New Year's resolution for Canadians. 2015 is just around the corner. Let's stand shoulder to shoulder, united, and let's kick these Conservatives to the curb.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, it's Christmas time, and Canadians are decorating their homes, buying presents and baking Christmas treats. But it's a shame that many feel the need to abandon their traditions to appease the sensibilities of non-Christians. Being respectful of the beliefs of others should not require anyone to water down their own beliefs. What makes Canada great is that people are free to believe, celebrate and practice the faith they choose without worrying about offending others, Christianity and Christmas included. Mr. Speaker, I am a Sikh and I'm not offended when people celebrate Christmas in a traditional way. So instead of silly political correctness, all of us should feel proud in our traditions, beliefs and rejoice in the season of joy, peace and goodwill. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that it would be crazy to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, but it's a policy he's been promising for 7 years. His economic policy, which depends solely on world oil prices, is a failure. The provinces are taking their responsibility and moving forward despite federal inaction. The green energy sector is creating more jobs than the oil and gas sector. Will the Conservatives apologize for not doing their job and for weakening our economy? Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, to be clear, the Prime Minister said Canada would not take unilateral action to regulate the oil and gas sector. This is a North American issue that needs a North American solution. We have always said, Mr. Speaker, we would like to work collaboratively with the United States on reducing greenhouse gas emissions for the oil and gas sector. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know we're the first government in Canadian history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're doing so without the NDP and Liberals' job-killing carbon tax.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, it was the policy of the government until it wasn't, and it was the policy of the government on Monday until the Prime Minister said it was crazy. But in February 2013, the then Minister of Environment said, "We are now well into and very close to finalizing regulations for the oil and gas sector." So can the Conservatives tell us if that was true? Or were they deliberately misleading Canadians when they said that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are the first government in Canadian history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're doing so without the NDP and Liberal carbon tax. Given the current conditions of the oil and gas sector, it would be reckless economic policy to unilaterally impose greenhouse gas emission regulations and penalties on the oil and gas sector. This is an integrated industry, Mr. Speaker, and regulations of greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector must be done so on a continental basis. Our government is reducing greenhouse gas emissions while preserving, protecting, and creating Canadian jobs.
And the honourable member for Halifax.
Continental basis. Okay, so this is a simple question, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister or anyone over there on the government side tell us the last time that he spoke with President Barack Obama about creating harmonized oil and gas regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's compare our policies to the reckless policies of the NDP. What they would like to do is put our oil and gas sector at an economic disadvantage compared to the United States. Mr. Speaker, they want to gamble with 275,000 Canadian jobs that rely on the oil and gas sector. We're not going to put Canadians out of work, and we're not going to put in a job-killing carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
He's not taking responsibility. Does that mean that the Conservatives are no longer in favor of lump sum payments? And has the PM changed his mind? Will the government finally abandon the court cases against veterans? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that the government does not comment on issues basically that are before the courts, Mr. Speaker, our government has made substantial investments to help Canada's veterans, even though the opposition continues to vote against it. Some of our recent initiatives, Mr. Speaker, are Road to Mental Health programs, Mental Health First Aid program, a new operational stress injury clinic in Halifax, Mr. Speaker, with satellite offices across the country, such as St. John's, Chicoutimi, Pembroke, Brockville, Kelowna, Victoria, Montreal, and the Greater Toronto Area. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Conservatives keep attacking veterans in court, and veterans deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister referred to the Veterans Charter as a previous Liberal policy, but his government has been pursuing this policy for the last 8 years. Now, we've also learned that the biggest clawback in spending for Veterans Affairs was in health care and disability payments, the services veterans sorely need. My Conservatives overspent by 17% for internal services, propaganda advertising, and executive bonuses. What poor management. It is crazy to keep this minister. Why does he still have a job?
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the opposition is focused on protecting the big government junior jobs, Mr. Speaker, at Veterans Affairs, while voting against support for Canadian veterans. For example, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House have eliminated nearly 100 positions in the Veterans Independence Program, Mr. Speaker, by no longer requiring veterans to submit receipts for expenses like snow clearing, Mr. Speaker, yard maintenance, and home cleaning, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to stand up for Canada's veterans.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, over $1 billion in support for veterans was promised by this government, approved by Parliament, but never delivered. 8 specialized service centres were closed. Hundreds of frontline support staff were fired. Mental health wait times for vets stretched for dangerous months and years. But the minister increased his political staff fourfold. He increased his advertising. He paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to bonus senior managers if they slashed veteran services. By any decent standard, how is that acceptable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, while the opposition wants to increase government bureaucracy, we're increasing frontline support for our veterans, Mr. Speaker, including recently announcing 8 new frontline mental health clinics for Canadian veterans, Mr. Speaker. In the service delivery branch alone, we reorganized 3 regional management centres into 1 in Montreal, Mr. Speaker, and reduced hundreds of managers, processing analysts, and administrative support clerks. Mr. Speaker, in the treatment benefits program, 30 positions were reduced when we streamlined health-related travel claims, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, retired General Rick Hillier said this, and I quote, "Many of our young men and women have lost confidence in our country to support them." He was talking about PTSD among Canada's veterans. More have been lost to suicide than on the battlefields of Afghanistan. General Hillier called for a public inquiry. Not one, but two veterans ombudsmen have also sounded that alarm. But a year later, the Auditor General says the same problems persist. How can this minister sleep at night knowing that his failure is responsible for this mess?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government released the Veterans Affairs Mental Health Action Plan, taking action on the Auditor General's recommendations, Mr. Speaker. We have expanded frontline mental health support clinics across Canada, Mr. Speaker. We've cut red tape and doubled the number of counselling sessions, Mr. Speaker. This is just the beginning, and we look forward to working with our veterans to improve how we support them and their families, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs misled veterans by saying that his cuts would only affect administrative services, when in fact he increased his own office's staff by 400% while cutting his department staff by 1,000 frontline workers. Now we're learning that his department is rushing to hire new frontline staff as soon as possible. A clear admission that he's mismanaged this file. When will the Prime Minister fire the minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have made substantial investments to help Canada's veterans since taking office, since 2006, Mr. Speaker, and we will make absolutely no apologies when it comes to eliminating government bureaucracy in the back offices, Mr. Speaker, and putting the resources in the front line, Mr. Speaker, to help Canada's veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, here's an example. In a Veterans Affairs Independence Program, we have eliminated nearly 100 positions after we stopped requiring veterans to submit receipts for expenses like snow clearing, lawn cutting, home cleaning, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, while China and the United States recently concluded an agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the most recent Canada-U.S. Air Quality Agreement, tabled by the Environment Minister, doesn't mention at all regulations for the oil and gas sector. So does that mean that the Minister of the Environment doesn't believe that greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas sector have an effect on our air quality? Really? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we are the first government in Canadian history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're doing so without the NDP Liberal carbon tax. Given the current conditions in the oil and gas sector, it would be reckless economic policy to unilaterally impose greenhouse gas emission regulations and penalties on the oil and gas sector. This is an integrated industry, Mr. Speaker, and regulations of greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector must be done on a continental basis. And our government is reducing greenhouse gas emissions while preserving, protecting, and creating Canadian jobs.
Well, Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. It's sad to not get an answer when yesterday we were all shocked to hear the Prime Minister tell us that it would be crazy to regulate the oil and gas sector's greenhouse gas emissions. This is the most irresponsible approach, doing nothing. Climate change is already costing billions of dollars to Canadians, and we are going to miss the boat of the green economy when the United States and China have already got on board. It's hard to understand, so why won't the Prime Minister put in place a greenhouse gas regulation sector for the oil and gas sector?
Mr. Speaker, what would be irresponsible is what the NDP and Liberals want to do and unilaterally put in regulations in the oil and gas sector. We said we will not be doing this. This is a North American issue, and we need a North American solution. We've always said we want to work collaboratively with the Obama administration to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we're the first government in Canadian history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're doing so without their carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a very clear choice. They know that we are the only party they can trust to lower greenhouse gas emissions while protecting the economy.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, welcome to Parliamentary Secretary Day. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that no other country is regulating oil and gas. But a briefing note from Environment Canada...
I can't even hear.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Vancouver East has the floor. Order. Order. The honourable member for Vancouver East has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that no other country is regulating oil and gas, but a briefing note from Environment Canada that explains that, in fact, the United States is already regulating oil and gas. I quote, "For oil and gas, recent air pollution regulations are expected to result in significant greenhouse gas reductions." Did the Minister of the Environment ever read that briefing note?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions going down, it's our party, and the numbers speak for themselves. Between 2005 and 2012, Mr. Speaker, greenhouse gases in Canada went down 5.1%, while our economy grew 10.6%, Mr. Speaker. And this is a big difference between our party and the irresponsible policies of the NDP and the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. We want to work together collaboratively with the United States to make sure that we have a sector-by-sector approach that works for the continental basis, and we're going to do that without a job-killing carbon tax.
The honourable member for
The
Vancouver
Prime
East.
Minister thinks that there should be a continental-wide regulatory system for oil and gas, and given that he used that as an excuse for Conservative inaction, can the Minister of Environment tell us about any proposals that she has given to the Americans for such a regulatory system? Where are these proposals, or are they just made up as well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our record. Internationally, we're a founding member of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We've made significant investments to help support green energy and infrastructure internationally. We have one of the cleanest systems in the world. We have already regulated the transportation and electricity sectors, and we're planning to reduce HFCs, Mr. Speaker, one of the fastest growing greenhouse gases in the entire world. Thanks to our actions, Mr. Speaker, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals, and we've done it all without a carbon tax.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, the Conservatives have been bragging about laying off staff at Veterans Affairs, but now we find out that they've been pumping money into these shadowy ministerial offices to help their ministers. And so while they cut 25% of the staff helping veterans with health care and disability compensation, they boosted 21% of the political staff working in these unaccountable regional offices. Now, quite frankly, the Minister of Veterans Affairs doesn't need more spin doctors. He needs a moral compass and some ethical backbone. So how can they justify cutting support for veterans while hiring flunkies to support such an incompetent and disgraced minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government has delivered. Today there are more services, more benefits, more points of service for our veterans than ever before, Mr. Speaker. Here are the facts. They voted against expanding funeral and burial funding, Mr. Speaker. They voted against career transition services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they even voted against the Children of Deceased Veterans Education Assistance Program, Mr. Speaker.
How heartless.
We will take no lessons from that party over there.
Honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Well, that just takes the cake. The Conservatives have fired a quarter of the staff at Veterans Affairs, staff who took care of veterans with health care, pensions, and benefits. They're insulting officials by saying what they're saying. And now we've learned that ministers' staff has gone up by more than 20%. So this is the Conservative mindset for you. There's no money to take care of people, but there's enough money for political staff. Why would the Conservatives rather invest more in spin doctors than in those who take care of our veterans?
As I mentioned, while the opposition wants to increase government bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, we're increasing frontline support for our veterans, including recently announcing 8 new frontline mental health clinics for Canadians across the country, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a couple examples. In the service delivery branch, we reorganized 3 regional management centers into 1 in Montreal, Mr. Speaker, and reduced hundreds of managers, processing analyst and administrative support clerk, Mr. Speaker. In the treatment and benefit program, 30 positions were reduced when we streamlined health-related travel claims, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to stand up.
Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. I don't know if the Veterans Affairs Minister remembers Ms. Jenny Mignot. One of the last times he saw her, well, he ran away instead of answering. Her husband, Claude Rainville, is still waiting for the services that he needs to accommodate his tinnitus, which is severely limiting his quality of life. Mr. Rainville confirmed to me that the Conservatives aren't firing just back-office bureaucrats, but rather they're in fact cutting essential services. So why is the minister trying to save money on the backs of veterans like Mr. Rainville? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have brought in real services, real program for veterans, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. The reality is they keep voting against every single program and measure that we have brought forward, Mr. Speaker. They voted against disability and death compensation, Mr. Speaker. They voted against the earning and loss supplementary retirement benefit. They voted against Veterans Independence Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're taking action. We're providing services to our veterans, and the opposition needs to get on board, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, nobody believes that stuff anymore. They're failing veterans and refusing to take responsibility. Veterans like Richard Brown, injured on duty and unable to hold down full-time work due to mental injuries. He was given a single payment of just $64,000. Or Jordy Yeo, who suffered broken bones and PTSD after being ambushed by a sniper, but initially was refused compensation altogether. When will this minister finally admit it is wrong? It is disgraceful to treat our veterans this way.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, a veteran who is injured and in rehabilitation receives a minimum of $3,500 in financial benefits each month. Veterans who are most seriously injured can receive $8,000 or more a month in financial benefits from Government of Canada and their military pension, Mr. Speaker. Our government has increased 2 disability awards to a new combined total of $500,000 tax premium, Mr. Speaker. Injured veterans now have access to up to $75,800 towards university and college retraining.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, while this government sends our brave men and women off to war, they refuse to admit that when they come back with physical or mental challenges, that there is a moral and social obligation to care for them. No, Mr. Speaker, they have lawyers in BC right now arguing the point, spending thousands of Canadian tax dollars, that there is no moral or social contract for our veterans. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, does he or does he not believe that there is a legal, fiduciary, moral and social obligation to care for the heroes of our country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows full well the court case currently before the courts, and we're not in a position to comment on that, Mr. Speaker. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, this is affecting a policy that was brought forward by the Liberal government in 2005, Mr. Speaker, which was supported by all parties in this House, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage...
It's getting quite noisy. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary still has the floor. Many members are carrying on conversations I'd ask him to do so outside the chamber so the parliamentary secretary can finish his response.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will continue to stand up for Canada's veterans, even though the opposition, both the Liberal and the NDP, continue to vote against every single initiative we bring forward.
The honourable member for Random Urine St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs misleads Canadians when he says that his harmful cuts to veterans are from the back room. Last year, direct spending on health care services was cut by $82 million. Spending on disability and death compensation was cut by nearly $70 million. But spending on back office programs rose by more than $13 million, and the minister's political staff increased by over 400%. The minister has abandoned veterans. It's a national disgrace. When will this minister resign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, since taking office, our government has made substantial investments to help Canada's veterans in benefits and services. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we support our veterans. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we voted for the Agent Orange compensation program. They voted against it. We voted for the Canada Remembrance Program. They voted against it. We voted for the health care program and reestablishment services, Mr. Speaker. They voted against it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, their rhetoric in this place doesn't match their record, and they should stop playing and start voting.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, for the additional millions the minister is spending on communications and political staff instead of veterans' benefits, you'd think his parliamentary secretary...
Order. Perhaps if members would remain quiet, they might be able to hear him. The honourable member for Guelph has the floor, and there's so much noise that it's really taking up a lot of time. So let's give the honourable member for Guelph our undivided attention and listen to the question.
You'd think his parliamentary secretary would have better answers for his failure on this file by now. Now that his deep cuts to service delivery have been exposed, the minister is scrambling to refill these frontline positions, including the communities where he closed regional back offices. But we still see evidence that the most serious cuts have been staff delivering benefits, and that money is going from frontline to his back room. Mr. Speaker, why do our veterans have to beg for the services they deserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Friends, speak up next time.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member opposite and that party over there to start standing up and voting in favor of the initiatives our government has brought forward to support Canada's veterans, Mr. Speaker. Their record is completely opposite. And let me give you some examples, Mr. Speaker, and some of the initiatives they have voted against. Mr. Speaker, they voted against Veterans Independence Program. They voted against Canada Remembrance Program, Partnership Contribution Program, Community War Memorial Program, Earnings Loss and Supplementary Benefit Retirement Benefit Program,
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, the Prime Minister formally committed to major greenhouse gas emission reductions by 2020. Yesterday, the Environment Minister confirmed that we would completely miss that target unless we regulate the oil and gas sector. For 8 years, the Prime Minister was in favor, and now he is not going to put in place regulations. Will the Prime Minister tell Canadians that the Conservatives never intended to meet their 2020 commitments? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what that member said is ridiculous. To be clear, the Prime Minister said Canada would not take unilateral action to regulate the oil and gas sector. We've been very clear, Mr. Speaker, this is a North American issue that needs a North American solution. So we've always said that we'd like to work collaboratively with the Obama administration to reduce greenhouse emissions in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, we're going to do this without a job-killing carbon tax like the NDP and Liberal want to put in.
Honourable member for Davenport. Speaker, now yesterday 28 countries made new commitments to resettle Syrian refugees, but to our shame, if not our surprise, Canada was not one of them. The minister appears deaf to the pleas of the UN and certainly blind to the plight of millions of Syrian refugees about to face a very harsh winter. Now, Sweden has resettled 30,000 refugees, while Canada has only agreed to take in 1,300 and has failed to meet even that small commitment. So will the minister stop playing these games with the numbers and start to do his part?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Someone's going to have to teach Francisco over there the difference between a resettled refugee and an asylum claimant. Canada has approved the resettlement of 1,150 Syrian refugees, mostly this year, but starting in 2010. Canada has received 1,900 Syrian refugees since the start of this conflict. Canada has received over 22,000 Syrian and Iraqi refugees in recent years. Mr. Speaker, Danish and French socialists have sent warplanes to join us in the fight against ISIL terrorism. Barack Obama's Democrats are fighting ISIL terrorism. Why has the NDP and the Liberals taken Vladimir Putin's position on this issue?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday 28 countries expressed their solidarity towards Syrian refugees. Germany has already taken in 20,000 and Sweden 30,000. These people need our help. Winter's coming. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees representative in Ottawa is calling on Canada to respond to the UNHCR's appeal. Will the minister finally admit more Syrian refugees? The Honourable Minister. Of course, Mr. Speaker. UNHCR is calling on us to do this because we resettle 1 in 10 refugees in the world every year. We've already admitted more than 22,000 from Iraq and Syria, and there are already thousands of Syrian refugees in Canada. What is hard to understand is why the Liberals and the NDP are not joining the Danish and French socialists and Barack Obama in fighting the terrorists of ISIS. Why are they taking Vladimir Putin's position instead? The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. On another topic, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' job credit is going to cost taxpayers $550 million to create only 800 jobs. It was brought in without any government study. The minister is simply relying on the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses study. But that study isn't even based on employment, it's based on retirement benefits. How does the minister explain the fact that he's going to blow through $500 million without any credible analysis whatsoever? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance does in-depth analysis of every measure we propose. They analyzed the job credit for small business. Small business clearly indicated that their payroll taxes were the most harmful factor for job creation all across Canada. Canadians know the Liberals and the NDP would increase taxes on job creators, and that would harm our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know the Conservative fondness for offshoring and outsourcing Canadian jobs, but it's even gotten so ridiculous that even the Minister of Finance is happy to outsource the analysis of his own schemes to a business lobby group. He didn't do his own assessment on his $500 million EI scheme, but relied on one of these lobbyists. Well, it turns out that the study he relies on was totally bogus, and that's the problem with outsourcing, Mr. Speaker. Quality control. Well, the Minister finally admit that his $550 million EI ripoff is a complete fraud, and that maybe next time he should do his own homework.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, as I explained before in French, we do an analysis on every single proposal. There wasn't necessary to do an employment count because there were many other reasons to go ahead with this very excellent initiative, which will benefit 780,000 small businesses, 90% of all businesses. Everybody knows that increased taxes are a killer for employment, and we've done the right thing for small business and for the Canadian economy.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that Canadian families know best how to spend their money.
They do.
This is a fundamental difference between our party and the Liberals and the NDP. That's why our government has taken real action to reduce taxes on Canadian families, including the family tax cut and the enhanced universal child care benefit. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Employment please update this House on our government's initiatives to put more money in the pockets of Canadian families?
I want to hear the Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, I thank the member from Elmwood and Transcona for his excellent work in fighting for the families of Winnipeg and asking for family tax fairness, which we are delivering through the family tax cut. Together with the enhancement of the universal child care benefit, we are delivering real, tangible financial benefits to 100% of the some 9 million Canadian families with children under the age of 18, or excuse me, Mr. Speaker, who will benefit on average of $1,200 a year, two-thirds of which will go to low and modest income families, Mr. Speaker. And finally, we have governments respecting the choices that families make rather than taxing them for expensive bureaucratic programs that would only benefit 10%.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territory.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, Eddie Snowshoe of Fort McPherson, Northwest Territories, committed suicide in the Edmonton Institution's segregation unit. His mother still grieves. So he had been diagnosed with mental health issues, and as suicidal, he was in solitary confinement for 162 days straight. The UN Special Rapporteur on Torture has stated that solitary confinement is contrary to one of the essential aims of the penitentiary system. How many more Eddie Snowshoes? How many more deaths will it take before this minister takes some action?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every death in custody is taken seriously, and there's always an inquiry. Now, let me comment on a procedure that is done in all Western countries, Mr. Speaker, which is a procedure that we call administrative segregation, Mr. Speaker. It is done for safety reasons. Safety of the inmate, safety of the personnel, and safety of the facility, Mr. Speaker. This is a procedure that is applied with a lot of common sense by our correctional officers, and we expect to have more development on our mental health strategy and action we have taken to make sure that those who have serious mental health issues are well taken care of.
The Honourable Member for
Mr. Speaker, it's way simpler than that. This minister needs to stop putting the mentally ill in solitary confinement and start getting them the treatment they need. Now, it's been almost a year since the inquest into Ashley Smith's death. That inquest made 104 recommendations to prevent similar tragedies. We have heard nothing from this minister by way of response. How many more tragedies will it take before the minister does respond? When will he put an end to the use of solitary confinement for the treatment of mentally ill in Canadian prisons?
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage my colleague to consult our action plan, which was implemented over 6 months ago. I could send him the press release. We have put in place mechanisms to detect problem cases. Staff have been trained. There's medical supervision. to make sure that an inmate with mental health issues is treated properly. This is an issue we take seriously, and I'm anxious to see the results from correctional services following the coroner's report on the tragic death of Ms. Ashley Smith. Now a member for Alfred Pellant. We've been waiting for a year for the Conservatives to take action and respond to the recommendations of the inquest into the Ashley Smith tragedy, but the minister prefers to keep dodging the question. Meanwhile, people like Mr. Snowshoe, Edward Snowshoe, are still getting placed in solitary confinement. How many people is this going to have to happen to before the minister does something? Donald Minister, Mr. Speaker, as I said, preventive measures are taken in prisons in Western countries to protect inmates and staff. A report will be forthcoming from Correctional Service Canada following up on the coroner's recommendations. I'm anxiously looking forward to that report, but that hasn't stopped us from taking steps. We have a 5-point action plan to make sure that people who ideally wouldn't even wind up in our prison facilities, they should be in hospitals, but we're going to take care of them. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, violence against Inuit women and girls is 14 times higher than the national average, but less than 1% of the funding under the Conservative so-called action plan goes to Inuit communities. Rebecca Kudlow, president of Paktuit Inuit Women of Canada, says this paltry amount is simply offensive and discriminatory. And she's right. How does the minister justify the fact that her so-called action plan leaves out northern communities? The Honourable Minister.
Let me be very clear. Any of these allegations are actually false. I want to be very clear. We've taken a number of actions, including just recently, just last week, working with Inuit women throughout Northern Canada with the White Ribbon Campaign, substantive action for local communities. And so here on this side of the House, we are taking action. We're involved in local community actions. We're involved in making sure that the right legislation is in place. I find it passingly strange that the opposition bring up these issues again and again and again, but actually don't support the initiatives to make sure we're supporting these women who are victims of crime.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadro.
Mr. Speaker, the government's annual cost estimate for replacing Canada's aging CF-18 fighter jets is a shocker. Another $1 billion price hike for the F-35s that they plan to sole source. That's Canada's largest military acquisition ever with no competition. And still more delays will mean still higher costs. So will the Conservatives stop this ongoing fiasco and commit to Canadians that they will hold an open and transparent competition to replace these important jets?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, no decision has been made on the purchase of replacements for the F-18s. We will always ensure that our brave men and women in uniform will have the equipment that they need and deserve to do the job that we ask of them. Mr. Speaker, this is why the CF-18s are being life extended to maintain their capability right through 2025.
And the Honourable Member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, here's a familiar story. The Conservative Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador says, we have a deal. The Conservative Prime Minister of Canada says, oh, no, you don't. So here we go again. The Feds say they say today, they will only help displaced plant workers. But back in October 2013, a spokesperson for International Trade Canada said, and I quote, the program will address fish and seafood industry development and renewal as well as workers whose jobs are displaced. The government says they like to be clear, so now is the time to be clear. Will the fishing industry of Newfoundland and Labrador receive its $280 million? Yes or no?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of State for Alcoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-European Trade Agreement is by far Canada's most ambitious trade initiative ever. Every region of this country stands to benefit, including in Newfoundland and Labrador. The Minimum Processing Requirements Fund was created to compensate for anticipated losses from the removal of minimum processing requirements. The fund was never intended as a blank check that would give the industry in Newfoundland and Labrador an unfair advantage over other Atlantic provinces. We've been clear from the start that the NPR fund was to compensate for demonstrable losses. Our officials remain open to receiving proposals from their provincial counterparts on how to move forward.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the federal Conservatives and the Ontario Liberals have more in common than they care to admit. Yesterday's Auditor General report.
Order. I thought we were back on track after the first half of 2P, and it was my hope that this week would go rather smoothly. Can't tell you how disappointed I am. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park just started her question. I'd invite members to just wait till she's finished, and then they can feel free to respond. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
The federal Conservatives and the Ontario Liberals have more in common than they care to admit.
Say the soul of wit is brevity, not repetition. I'd invite members not to make the same joke over and over again. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park has the floor.
Maybe third time lucky. The federal Conservatives and the Ontario Liberals have more in common than they care to admit. Yesterday's Auditor General...
That has taken up a great deal of time, so we'll have to find that somewhere else. But I will maybe say to the member for Parkdale High Park that she's already made the preamble. Might serve the House well if she order. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park has the floor. Let's let her put the question.
Right, we're trying. She's trying. The federal Conservatives and the Ontario Liberals have more in common than they care to admit. Yesterday's Auditor General report revealed that the Liberal government wasted nearly $8 billion on extra costs of public-private partnerships. That's no small change. Yet in spite of this evidence, the Conservatives are forcing municipalities to go to public-private partnerships for local infrastructure, adding time and cost to badly needed construction projects. Are Conservatives really happy following the Liberal example of misspending billions on P3s?
Secretary of the Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that was a very inappropriate question as we approach Christmas, I might add. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that in certain circumstances there are appropriate projects, infrastructure projects, where P3s are applicable. Right. Why, on this side of the House, do we believe that, Mr. Speaker? Because we are concerned about value for taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. P3s offer value for taxpayers. They stretch the taxpayer dollar. Mr. Speaker, it is this Conservative government that is renewing infrastructure and enhancing the quality of...
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Wow, the truth hurts. $8 billion on P3s. And the AG didn't even get to the Pearson rail fares that'll cost over $27 one way. Ooh. Conservatives once again putting ideology before evidence. Instead of letting municipalities make their own decisions, Conservatives are forcing them to undergo a costly and time-consuming screening by P3 Canada. Long overdue projects could be delayed for years. Ontario Liberals just wasted $8 billion on flawed P3s. So how much do the Conservatives plan to blow on their scheme?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the municipalities believe it's been like Christmas since this Conservative government came to power in 2006 with respect to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in 2007 we established the Building Canada Plan. In 2013 we extended that plan, created the new Building Canada Plan. the longest and the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. Open for business since March, already numerous projects have been approved, representing hundreds of millions of dollars. It is this Conservative government that is making record investments in infrastructure, renewing infrastructure, and enhancing the quality of life for Canadians.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Environment Minister to support the 17th century Acadian village of Beaubassin in Cumberland County, Nova Scotia, her response was pure nonsense. Obviously, the member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscovy Valley has never complained about work stopping at Beaubassin 3 years ago. So I ask again, will the minister ensure funding is provided to properly promote this incredible Acadian site in time for Canada's 150th anniversary?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this issue has been brought to our attention by the member from Cumberland Colchester before, and the House should know our government is committed to protecting Beaubassin and presenting this unique part of our shared Canadian heritage to visitors from within Canada and around the world. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government met with stakeholders last month to present plans for development of a vista, a view park area, trails, interpretation signs, a shelter, commemorative plaques and monuments, and an accessible parking area. These participants applauded Parks Canada's engagement in taking steps to present the exceptional history of
the honourable member for Victoria.
The Canada Revenue Agency is going after an 82-year-old BC man who has dementia. They're fining him $12,000 for failing to declare a small foreign pension income in his 2011 tax return. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. It was an honest mistake, but the CRA are telling him and his family it'll take 15 months to address. Meanwhile, the real tax cheats are stashing billions of dollars in tax havens, and the Conservatives just keep letting them get away with it.
Shameful.
When will this minister stop targeting seniors and charities and go after the real tax cheats?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a very strong record of combating international tax evasion and getting tough on tax cheats. From 2006 to March 31st of this year, the CRA audited over 8,600 international tax cases, identified over $5.6 billion in additional taxes that are being collected. Moreover, Economic Action Plan 2013 introduced a number of new measures dedicated to offshore compliance activities and invested $30 million over 5 years to support that implementation. We are doing that.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, the lobster fishery is critical to Atlantic Canada's economy and provides important economic opportunities for our rural and coastal communities.
That's right.
Canadian lobster is sought after by consumers around the world, especially during this holiday season. In order to sustain this industry, it's vital that our fishermen have access to new markets. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans tell this House what our government is doing to ensure the lobster industry continues to grow?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Miramichi for that question. I know the lobster industry is very important to her riding, and she certainly works very hard on behalf of all fishermen. We have taken action to ensure that our lobster industry is in good health and to secure vital trade agreements such as the Canada-Korea trade agreement, the Canada-Europe trade agreement, and Mr. Speaker, markets are responding quickly. Korean Air has launched a dedicated cargo jet to bring lobster from Halifax to consumers in South Korea. The Halifax airport is reporting that in the last 5 years alone, Canadian live lobster exports to Asia has...
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
The minister has misled Canadians and closed regional offices, and the AG reported he's failed veterans. Yet he stands in this place and refuses to take responsibility. So what about veterans like Daniel Scott from Surrey for the loss of his spleen and health problems that will plague him for the rest of his life? The government gave Scott a one-time payment of just $41,000. Does the government really want to force veterans like Daniel through the courts just to get justice?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, a veteran who is injured and in rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, receives a minimum of $3,500 in financial benefits each month. A veteran who are most seriously injured, Mr. Speaker, can receive $8,000 or more per month in financial benefits, and for the Government of Canada and their military pension, Mr. Speaker, our government has increased the 2 disability awards to a new combined total of $500,000 tax-free, Mr. Speaker. Injured veterans now also have access to up to $75,800 toward university and college retraining.
Now a member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolette Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, in August, the Conference Board estimated federal surpluses would reach $110 billion in 20 years, whereas the accumulated provincial deficits will total $172 billion. This trend was confirmed in last month's economic update, so there's a fiscal deficit. Make no mistake, this outrageous surplus comes at the expense of the unemployed, seniors, veterans, and transfer payments. In short, federal downsizing. Since the federals are awash in surpluses, will the finance minister commit to significantly boosting transfers to Quebec and the provinces? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will restore balanced budgets and long-term transfers to the provinces and territories. $65 billion is the historic level we've reached in federal support for health, education, social services. This amount has gone up by about 56% since we formed government. We will ensure that transfers increase at the same pace as the economy.
Draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Glenn Abernethy, Minister of Health and Social Services and Minister responsible for seniors and persons with disabilities for the Northwest Territories. Pursuant to an order made Tuesday, November 25th, 2014, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M505 under private members' business in the name of Ms. Ambler. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mrs. Ambler, seconded by Mr. Leaf, moved that the House call on the government to take action to prevent forced marriages and any kind of non-consensual sponsorship in the immigration system by amending the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations so as to A, ban the use of proxy, telephone, and fax marriages as a means to spousal sponsorship, B, disallow explicitly in Section 5 the use of proxy, telephone, and fax marriages for the purpose of immigration, and C, set out administrative measures that communicate clearly to visa officers how to detect a proxy, telephone, or fax marriage. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Shorey.
Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr.
Fourth row.
Heber.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownie's Granville.
Mr. Brownlee's
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr.
Second row.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Oil.
Mr. Moore Fundy
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Upper Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Kitty Sartre St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary
Mr. Moore,
Southeast.
Port Moody Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my left.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Cat.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
De retour à Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Fourth row. Troisième rang.
Third row.
Deuxième rang.
Second row.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Tamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Miss Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Third row.
Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr.
Ms.
McCallum.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Welland.
Duncan Edmonton South Kona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc
Mr.
Beauséjour.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns. Yeas pour 154, 154, nays contre 113, 113.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-524 under private members' business. La question est suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Bélanger, moved that Bill C-524, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, election advertising, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
La Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
La Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Madame Papier.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette
Monsieur
Lamotte.
Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame
Mr.
Turmel.
Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson.
Okay. Mr. Bryson.
Back to Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
And Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
First row.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Allen Welland.
Mr. Allen
Ms.
Welland.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johns
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr.
Ms.
Christopherson.
Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Troisième.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston
Mr.
St.
Young
John.
Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Troisième row.
Third row.
Lacoste.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leon.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlee's Granville.
Mr. Brownlee's Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Second row.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Roy.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr.
Mr.
Upal.
Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Upper Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman North.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird. Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kelly, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Woody, Westwood, Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Mooney, Westwood, Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest. Yeas, pour 120, 120. Nays, contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, November 25th, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-211 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, seconded by Mr. Wilkes, move that Bill S-211, an act to establish National Day to promote health and fitness for all Canadians, be now read a third time and to pass. All those on my right in favor of the motion would please rise.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Right.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Miss Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Third row.
Ellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Second row.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy
Mr.
Roy.
Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Upper Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadow Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St.
Mrs. Oblancy.
Mrs. Oblancy.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Holloman Norfolk.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Populi Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Mooney Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Nunez.
Tremblay.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Tremblay.
Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
And back to Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVoe.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Rousseau.
Mr. Rousseau.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Lapointe.
Mr. Lapointe.
Mr. Côté.
Mr. Côté.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Mr. Dionne Labelle.
Mr. Dionne Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame
Mr.
Lou.
Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette
Monsieur
Lamotte.
Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souit.
Madame Boutin-Souit.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr.
Mr.
Boulris.
Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Allen Welland.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johnson.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc
Mr.
Beauséjour.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those opposed to the motion. Fifth row on my right. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed on my left. Fifth row. Quatrième rangée. Troisième rangée.
Fourth row. Third row.
First row.
Yeas pour 271, 271. Nays contre, aucun, nil.
The motion carried. House will now proceed to the taking into the third recorded division on the amendment of Monsieur Perron to the motion of third reading of Bill C-43. La question est suivante, Monsieur.
The question is the following one. Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Gozal, moved that Bill C-43, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Caron, seconded by Mr. Rousseau, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. This House declined to give third reading to Bill C-43, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures because it A. Amends dozens of unrelated acts without adequate parliamentary debate and oversight.
Action to create jobs and address weak economic growth. C. Seeks to restrict refugee claimants' access to social assistance despite no demonstrated fiscal need or request from provinces for such measures. D. Introduces patent law changes which could lead to costly litigation against the government. A. Met en place.
E. Implements a job credit whose job impacts have not been analyzed by the government itself and which will deplete a significant sum from the EI fund. And F.
To protect small businesses from merchant fees and to ban banks from charging pay-to-pay fees. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough
Mr.
Southwest.
Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette
Monsieur
Lamotte.
Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame
Monsieur
Sella.
Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Tamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr.
Mr.
Goodale.
Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpoleggia.
Mr. Scarpoleggia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubois.
Monsieur Dubois.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Larose.
Mr. Larose.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightkreis.
Mr. Brightkreis.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Gould.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould.
Morfondé Royal.
Mr. Morfondé Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver
Mrs.
Island.
Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, River Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Velik.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mrs. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownies Granville.
Mr. Mr. Brownlee-Threadgill.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Loza.
Mr. Loza.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Then Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Correction, Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber. Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the amendment defeated. La prochaine question est la suivante.
The next question is as follows. Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Gosal, moved that Bill C-43, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass.
Adopted. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightkreis.
Mr. Brightkreis.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Upper Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mrs. Ablancy.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlee's Granville.
Mr. Brownlee's
Mr.
Granville.
Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warren.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Weston
Country.
St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr.
Young Oakville.
Pardon me.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-Mare.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-Mare.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet
Monsieur
Jourdain.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc au Séjour.
Monsieur Leblanc au
Mr.
Séjour.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault. Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 119, 119.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-603 under private members' business. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows. Mr. Mai, seconded by Ms. Nash, moved that Bill 603, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, Vehicle Side Guards, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Favor the motion, please.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mme Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Mme Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame
Madame
Quash.
Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Troisième rangée.
Third row. Madame
Papillon.
Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mourabitibi-Témiscamingue.
Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame
Mr.
Turmel.
Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
The second row.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince
Mr.
George.
Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr. Young
John.
Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Young, Vancouver.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward
Mr. Lozon.
Hastings. Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
And back to Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sorsett.
Mr. Sorsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr.
Mr.
Calandra.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Second row.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows River Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. LeBlanc.
Mrs. LeBlanc.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Oliver.
Mr.
Mr.
Oliver.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary South.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Brightprice. Yeas pour 121, 121. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion defeated. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table on behalf of the Minister of Public Works and Government Services and on behalf of the Ministers of National Defence and Industry in both official languages, as part of the government's 7-point plan, the following 3 reports: the Next Generation Fighter Capability 2014 Annual Update, the Independent Review 2014 Department of National Defence Annual Update on Next Generation Fighter Capability Life Cycle Costs, and the Canadian Industrial Participation in the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter Program.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Health. Okay, Foreign Affairs first.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report on exports of military goods from Canada 2012-2013. Thank you.
National Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages 3 treaties. The first one is entitled Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Senegal for the Promotion and Protection of Investments, done at Dakar on the 27th of November 2014. The second one is entitled Agreement between Canada and Mali for the Promotion and Protection of Investments, done at Dakar on the 28th of November 2014. And finally, an agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire for the promotion and protection of investments, done at Dakar on the 30th of November 2014. An explanatory memorandum is included with each of these treaties.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Wow.
I'm going to count it.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Polliver, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Polliver, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian delegation, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly, respecting its participation at the 23rd annual session of the HoC Parliamentary Assembly in Baku, Azerbaijan, June 28th through July 2nd, 2014.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
I'm just sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United Kingdom Interparliamentary Association respecting its participation to the bilateral visit to London and Cardiff, Wales, United Kingdom from January 18th to the 25th, 2014. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C2, an act to amend the Statutory Instruments Act and to make consequential amendments to the Statutory Instruments Regulations. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back without amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, this is the fourth bill that this committee has reported back in the last 3 weeks. Hard work. Thank you very much.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de...
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Finance.
Priority for people, businesses, and communities. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I'd like to do a number of thank yous. Thanks to all those individuals and organizations who made submissions to the committee. I want to thank the witnesses who appeared before our committee. My respect and appreciation for all members of the committee of all parties for all the work that they did this fall. I want to thank all of the committee staff who helped this report, in particular our analysts, Mark Mahabir, Mikhail Lambert-Racine, and June Duettering.
And finally, I'd like to thank our clerk, Christine Lafrance, for her excellent work.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Chair from Edmonton-Leduc that this report contains much useful information. We heard from dozens of witnesses who were able to appear before the committee. It contains as well a supplementary report from the official opposition, NDP. Unfortunately, many of the committee's, the Conservative majority's recommendations are so self-congratulatory in tone that they must embarrass the Chair as much as they do us. Few of the recommendations include the progressive measures Canadians are looking for to build a fairer, greener, and more prosperous Canada.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages 7th report in the Standing Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food in relationship to its study of the order of the House referring back to the first report of the committee. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Broadcasting Act, Independence of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a bill today which will amend the Broadcast Act dealing with the independence of Radio-Canada CBC. The CBC Radio-Canada Ombudsman told us recently of pressure coming from the Prime Minister's office and the Minister of Heritage that they had been brought to bear on the Crown Corporation. threatening its independence. We don't want state TV. We want public TV that is neutral and independent. I am tabling this bill today to urge Radio-Canada CBC to take the necessary steps to preserve its freedom of expression and its independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Yes, Mr. Adler, seconded by Mr. Butt, moves that Bill S-219, an act respecting a national day of commemoration of the exodus of the Vietnamese refugees and their acceptance in Canada after the fall of Saigon and the end of the Vietnam War, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm honoured to rise today to introduce Bill S-219, entitled the Journey to Freedom Day Act. This bill would establish a day to pay tribute to the thousands of Vietnamese refugees who risked their lives escaping communist persecution after the fall of Saigon in 1975. S-219 would also establish a day to honour Canada's humanitarian tradition of accepting refugees during and after the Vietnam War. After the end of the Vietnam War, thousands were forced to flee and leave everything behind in pursuit of freedom. I'm proud to say that Canada was among the first countries to welcome Vietnamese refugees with open arms. As a representative of a large and vibrant Vietnamese community in my riding of York Centre, it is a great privilege for me to introduce this legislation into the House, which honours not only the brave souls who risked their lives to live in freedom, but also the generous spirit of the Canadians who welcomed them without hesitation.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to table petitions today from people in Hearst, Ontario. The petition deals with respect to 4 small family farms and to their ability to keep and reuse seed. They call on the government to adopt international policies to support small farmers and particularly women, and to acknowledge their important role in fighting poverty and hunger, as well as ensuring that policies and programs put in place by Canada are developed based on a consultation process of small farmers, and that these policies protect the right of southern countries to freely exchange and trade seed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present this petition that represents thousands of Canadians. The petition highlights, sadly, that 22-year-old Cassandra Collius was killed by a drunk driver. A group of people who have also lost loved ones to impaired drivers called Family for Justice believe that the current impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They're calling for mandatory minimum sentencing for people who have been convicted of impaired driving. They'd also like the sentence to be considered vehicular manslaughter. Mr. Speaker, being at Christmas time, I encourage everyone to drive responsibly. If they've been drinking, don't get behind the wheel of a vehicle. Take a taxi or phone Operation Red Nose. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Speaker, this is a petition regarding sickle cell disease and thalassaemic disorders. In sickle cell disease, red blood cells harden into long slivers that block veins and arteries, causing injury to blood vessels of organs, including the brain and lungs. About 10% of children develop strokes. Children with sickle cell also are extremely vulnerable to infection and have periodic health crises that cause terrible pain and difficulty breathing. The petitioners call upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-221.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to stand and present these petitions on behalf of constituents in my riding, Newton North Delta, and surrounding areas. These petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to create a ministry for people with disability and mental health issues. The petitioners feel they are very limited after-hour and weekend programs offered to those with disabilities or mental health problems. Like the petitioners, I want to see real leadership on mental health. We need to work with communities to fight stigma and foster recovery, ensure better access to treatment, and reduce the disparities in supports and services across the country. New Democrats recognise the importance of ensuring that Canadians who are living with mental illness have access to the supports they need.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I rise today to table a petition regarding Via Rail service in Canada. Yes. I'm pleased to table this petition on behalf of concerned Canadians. I look forward to the government's response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for BC Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first one is from residents of Oliver, Osoyoos, and OK Falls. We're calling on the government to adopt international aid policies that support small-scale farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, and to ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is a follow-up to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that's concluded that the warming of the Earth's climate system is unequivocal. They call upon the government to adopt a carbon policy that applies a fee to a greenhouse gas emissions at their source of production in Canada or port of entry into Canada, increase the fee over time, and distribute 100% of the money raised from the fee equally among all Canadians, urging all nations around the world to adopt a similar carbon policy. This is from residents of Castlegar, Nelson, and surrounding area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I stand to present a petition signed by almost 800 people from my riding, Broad Cove, Blues Mills, Glencoe Station, Lake Ainslie, in support of Kurt Anderson and Leif Kraft, two Americans that have been living in Waikagama since 2002, and their pursuit of permanent residency. Marilyn McDonald has taken it upon herself to sort of rally the community behind them. They're fabulous people, highly motivated, educated, love to be part of this community, and the community loves them being part of it. And we're hoping that permanent residency, it's not a dream, but it's one that's a dream that's fulfilled, Mr. Speaker, and I present that in that spirit. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions today from my constituents in Parkdale High Park. The first is calling for the government to restore full environmental protection to the Humber River and support Bill C-502. The second is calling on the House to support the NDP Climate Change Accountability Act to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and hold the government accountable. The third is to support the electrification of the air rail link in Toronto rather than having dirty diesel trains, to support more frequent stops of the train and to support affordable, accessible fares for this train. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling two petitions today. The first calls on the government to cooperate with CN to end the court process to protect public in rail safety and to analyze the state of the Pont de Quebec. The second is on veterans, and we hope, Mr. Speaker, this is for the Minister of Veterans Affairs and the Minister of National Defence. Petitioners ask for immediate measures to increase mental health services offered to members of the Canadian Forces and the RCMP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition containing dozens of signatures from the Greater Victoria area, the majority of them from my riding, forwarded to me by the very engaged citizens of Fair Vote Canada. The petition notes the unfairness of our winner-take-all system, which results in a House of Commons that's not representative of the votes actually cast by voters. It calls for an equal and effective vote system for fair representation in Parliament and calls on us to introduce a form of proportional representation at the earliest opportunity.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege today to present a petition signed by many people in my riding who are very concerned about their pensions, and they're calling on the government to resist the temptation to authorize a conversion of the determined benefit program to a shared risk benefit program, which would reduce the retirement benefits for retirees. And also the petition notes that the vast majority of Canadians do not have a pension plan, and so we call on the government to increase the Canada Pension Plan.
In petitions, the honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've received over 1,000 petitions regarding the Nuclear Waste Management Organization and how it's dealing with the possible storage and transport of nuclear waste in northwestern Ontario. Of the 15 communities being considered, most of them are in northwestern Ontario, and 60 million people depend on the water that Lake Superior sends down through the Great Lakes system. And so they are asking for great caution, and they're expressing great concern about the storage or transport of nuclear waste, and they want wider consultation by the Nuclear Waste Management Organization throughout northwestern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order of paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Request for emergency debates. Notice of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Report stage, Bill C-32, an act to enact the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights.
There are 4 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-32. Motions numbered 1 to 4 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Motion number 1, Mr. Heyer, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill C-32 be amended by deleting Clause 17. Motion number 3, Mr. Heyer, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill C-32 be amended by deleting Clause 23. And motion number 4, Mr. Heyer, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill C-32 be amended by deleting Clause 30. Debate. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present deletions to Bill C-32, the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights. I and the Green Party support, in general, this important piece of legislation, but with some hesitations about its weaker parts. Given the damage that this government has done to the criminal justice system, I'm surprised to be saying that. I believe that the Victims' Bill of Rights could be a positive step towards alleviating some of the frustrations and emotional pain that victims face participating in the justice process today. However, this bill is still an imperfect document, and I hope that we will improve it in years to come. We were disappointed that in committee our worthy amendments were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, recent research points to a worrying trend. Canadians, especially victims of crime, have lost confidence in our justice system. A recent report by our own Department of Justice on survivors of sexual violence found that, quote, 53% of participants stated they were not confident in the police, and 2/3 stated that they were not confident in the court processes and in the criminal justice system in general, end quote. It's no surprise that victims often don't report crimes. As so many victims groups have shared with us, going through the justice process can be confusing, emotionally draining, frightening, and demoralizing. This bill seeks to address some of the concerns of victims, those being greater rights to information, restitution, and protection. However, in this bill, there are more accurately called promises than rights. I don't believe that this bill delivers what the Prime Minister said it was, that now, and I quote, victims will have enforceable rights in Canada's justice system, end quote. As many witnesses pointed out to the Justice Committee, the bill does not really set out rights because there are no substantial redress for violations. A victim is entitled to file a complaint if they feel their rights have been violated, and a complaint is better than nothing, but it's not redress, Mr. Speaker. If this promise is followed by good faith and funding, we will have succeeded in improving the experience of victims in the justice system. If not, we will have made matters worse by promising but not delivering. Though I support this bill on balance, I have concerns about some of the provisions. As Ms. Sullivan wrote, it is not necessary that we all agree on every aspect of the bill, and I quote, "What is important is the marking of a cultural shift to more fully consider and integrate victims in Canada's criminal justice system, and jointly the opportunity for important discourse about victims' needs and how to better address them," end quote. Since many of the concerns of victims were not addressed in this bill, I hope that C-32 is only the start of the conversation on this important issue. 3 sections in particular worry me. I am most concerned about, first, restitution, second, redefining the purpose of sentencing, and third, non-disclosure of witness identities. Mr. Speaker, I have some concerns with Clause 30 that would require that the court consider making a restitution order against the offender regardless of the offender's ability to pay. This could cause issues both for the victims and the offenders. Restitution, as we have heard from many victims groups, can be an extremely important part of the healing process. It can also be an important step for an offender taking responsibility for their actions. However, I'm concerned, and witnesses were concerned by the way these provisions are worded. As Catherine Latimer, Executive Director of the John Howard Society, has warned, these orders for restitution can have a disproportionate effect on those offenders who, far too often, are, quote, poor, marginalized, battling mental health issues and addictions, and without the lawful means to provide financial compensation to others, end quote. These orders can also open up the issue of fairness in the justice system. At the same time, legal experts argue that the wording of 739.2 that requires the judge to specify a date by which the full amount is to be paid will undermine the good that this system does for victims. According to the Canadian Bar Association, and I quote, including a deadline for payment could create adverse consequences for victims, end quote. The victim will not be able to go to court to enforce their order until the final date has lapsed, which could be many years away. According to the Bar Association, the quote, they say, quote, it may have the adverse effect of providing victims with false hope of financial recovery, end quote. The worst thing that could happen here is that victims be given the expectation of funds that they will never receive, and at the same time burdening impoverished offenders with long-term debts that will prevent their rehabilitation. I'm concerned that these provisions will receive the same fate as the victim surcharges the judges have simply been refusing to order, and this will leave victims unsupported, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-32 also seeks to redefine the purposes of sentencing in the criminal code. To echo the concerns of the Bar Association, these proposed amendments, quote, the increased use of mandatory minimum penalties and the elimination of conditional sentence orders for many nonviolent offenders risk adding to Canada's over-reliance on incarceration, end quote. I don't see how these changes will have positive benefits for victims and may have the negative effect of prioritizing harm done over the other purposes of sentencing. Sentencing is a delicate balance, and there is no evidence to suggest that the balance in the code is presently broken. Perhaps the most egregious element in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is Clause 17. That would allow a judge to, quote, make an order directing that any information that could identify the witness not be disclosed in the course of proceedings, end quote. As every legal expert who testified before the committee noted, this is an unprecedented and almost certainly unconstitutional breach of the right to a fair trial. As Howard Krongold, of the Criminal Lawyers Association testified at committee, quote, "It's hard to imagine a more fundamental change to Canadian law, one less consistent with Canadians' visions of open, fair justice, where everybody has the chance to a fair trial, where they can make full answers in defense and confront the witnesses against them," end quote. Eric Gottardi of the CBA added, quote, "Clause 17 contemplates at least the possibility that the accused and counsel for the accused and the Crown might have to cross-examine or directly examine a witness when they have no idea who the witness even is. I haven't found a single case that talks about that, and I can't imagine a scenario short of life and death situations where that kind of process would pass constitutional muster," end quote. Mr. Speaker, under extreme circumstances, judges already can use their discretion to limit the disclosure of witness identity through the use of pseudonyms, publication bans, and other measures. These are exceptions to the, quote, open court principle, close quote, and they are used sparingly by judges. I would like to repeat the concerns of so many legal experts that what this law anticipates is a clear violation of the open court principle. This is very worrying, Mr. Speaker. Every party in this House supports C-32 in principle. It seems, though, that the Conservatives just couldn't help themselves. They had to insert something blatantly unconstitutional into a bill that everybody supports in principle. Mr. Speaker, all in all, I think this bill is a reasonable step toward addressing the difficult position that victims hold in the justice system. I do think it needs to be strengthened and improved, and it will take work. And as I said earlier, this bill constitutes more of a promise than it does a Bill of Rights. Let's make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we keep that promise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on these amendments. My question is quite simple for my colleague, but if he says on the one hand that it's a step in the right direction, C-32, but that there isn't enough for victims, but then after 10 minutes of speech, he hasn't spoken of the victims part, but rather on aspects like sentencing or the fact of divulging the name of a witness and restitution. I'm trying to understand, are we trying to strengthen the bill, the Victims' Charter, or are we trying to change some of the principles in terms of criminal law? Because if I understood his speech at the beginning, it was to say that it was fairly limited as a charter, but if I understood their amendments, they want to cut in this charter.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. The bill has good intent, and it has some good parts. But the reason we're asking for deletions are there are some parts of the bill which are flawed. Particularly in terms of sentencing, I'd like to read, Mr. Speaker, the portion of the Criminal Code, Section 718, which is redundant in this bill and muddies the waters a bit by reiterating some of them. And I quote, "The fundamental purpose of sentencing is to contribute, along with crime prevention initiatives, to respect for the law and the maintenance of a just, peaceful, and safe society by imposing just sanctions that have one or more of the following objectives." Here are the objectives that are already in the present bill. A, to denounce unlawful conduct. B, to deter the offender and other persons from committing offenses. C, to separate offenders from society where necessary. D, to assist in rehabilitating offenders. E, to provide reparations for harm done to victims or to the community. And last, F, to promote a sense of responsibility in offenders and acknowledgement of the harm done to victims and to the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Thunder Bay Superior North for that speech. Actually, a very insightful analysis into some of the major flaws of the bill. All of those flaws that he pointed out were identified and flagged, as he said, by the Canadian Bar Association, who testified at committee.
and all of them were also the subject of amendments that were proposed at committee and rejected. In fact, the Canadian Bar Association submitted an extensive brief with several recommendations. Every single one of those recommendations was proposed in amendment form, and every single one was rejected by the Conservative majority on the committee. But my question has to do with resources. It's all well and good to have a lengthy preamble and statements about how we're going to improve the lot of victims and all of these declarations, but unless there's adequate resources to fund programs, unless there's adequate resources to give the victims the right to information, the right to complain that are contained in the bill, it's really not worth the paper it's printed on. So my question for the honourable member would be to get his views on what more should be done other than what's in the bill to give the victims the standing in the justice system that they so dearly want.
The honourable member of Thunder Bay Superior North.
As I mentioned in my speech, the Prime Minister made an effective political statement promising that this would really help in terms of victims' rights. And as I've commented repeatedly in my speech, it doesn't really do that as strongly as it might. The honourable member from Charlottetown talks about the purpose and intent of the bill and will we have the resources there to do it. This bill is visionary. It does point us in a strengthened direction and some good ways of how to strengthen victims' rights. But then we come down to Hires Law. And Hires Law vision is that vision without funding is hallucination, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 38 de règle.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Thunder Bay Superior North regarding the seniors, and
the Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst on official languages. Resuming debate.
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak again to a topic that we have been working on in committee for some time. As you know, the protection of victims is one of this government's top priorities. Bill C-32 is the result of consultations with some 185 groups that we met with all over the country, as well as 300 online submissions. One thing the government has frequently heard is that victims face a number of injustices when dealing with the justice system. I'll give you an example of what C-32 will do to help victims and witnesses deal with the difficulties they meet with in the hearing room. Ms. Tamia Nagy, founder of the organization Walk With Me Canada Victim Services, shared with us a scenario that is quite frequent during organized crime trials.
Is doing in the community. Established by a survivor of human trafficking, Walk With Me was created with a commitment to ensure that survivors have a place in providing first response care to victims of human trafficking, and secondly, with recognition that survivors should have a voice in developing a coordinated community response that can meet immediate crisis and longer-term needs of trafficked victims. Since inception in 2009, Walk With Me has been working closely with various police services across Canada, has been able to provide unique services and support to many victims of human trafficking in Ontario and all across Canada.
I'm sure you can imagine the tremendous courage Ms. Nagy has to demonstrate, and the people she helps. At committee, she shared an anecdote with us when she testified in court in a human trafficking case where she was witness and victim. There was the brother of the accused in attendance who was making signals that he was going to slit her throat. This type of thing intimidates victims and witnesses. In many cases, they're too much in a state of shock to even testify. They're afraid of reprisals. Crown prosecutors can't use their evidence to get these people convicted when they're intimidating members of organized crime. Bill C-32 will allow witnesses to witness without having to be witnesses without having to attend the trial in the courtroom. The purpose is to reduce intimidation so the victim's not re-victimized. This will improve the justice system by giving Crown prosecutors more tools to get solid evidence against criminals at trial. We hope fewer criminals will avoid jail time because they won't be able to intimidate the victims any longer. Re-victimizing is a serious problem. It's been raised a number of times. It's important for victims that Bill C-32 will not create further delays. Delays prevent victims from getting on with their healing. They often have to relive details of terrible events that traumatize them. They constantly have to relive the negative experience when they testify in court. Victims want to move on. They want to recover. They want to heal. The process is long, and the longer it is, the worse the consequences for the victims. That's why it would have been harmful for C-32 to create additional delays when the procedure itself is already quite painful enough. Another interesting point is the non-compellability of spouses. The president of the Catherine Beaulieu Foundation, a Quebec organization that does work similar to Mothers Against Driving,
Madame Lise Lebel, disait au comité,
said at committee that her organization agreed with the proposed changes under Bill C-32, which will make spouses compellable in all cases, and it reflects a systematic trend that allows Crown prosecutors to have access to all reliable evidence. Once again, this is about giving Crown prosecutors all the tools they need. Our justice system has to win back the confidence of the public, and this is another good example of how to do that. Many victims groups told us that the Charter of Victims is a first step in the right direction. Allow me to list some of the witnesses who appeared before committee. MAD, Robert Hooper, Stephen Sullivan,
Boost, Child Abuse Prevention and Intervention. The
Committee of Duplessis Orphans,
founder of Walk With Me Canada Victim Services, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, Kristen French Child Advocacy Centre, Niagara, London Abused Women, Victims of
Male Victims of Sexual Assault, the Catherine Beaulieu Foundation,
11 Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, Sheldon Kennedy Child Advocacy Centre, the Alberta Minister of Justice, Mr. Jonathan Dennis, the Canadian Parents of Murdered Children and Survivors of Victims, Inc., the Canadian Bar Association, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, the Canadian Resource Centre for Victims of Crime, the Canadian Crime Victim Foundation, the Canadian Association of Crown Councils, the Canadian Coalition Against Terror, the Canadian Centre for Abuse Awareness, the great Sharon Rosenfeld, pioneer in victim services in Canada and founder of the Victims of Violence Canadian Centre for Missing Children, the
families of murdered and missing people,
Canadian Bar Association. We can even add, albeit to a lesser extent, the Criminal Lawyers Association. Some Aboriginal groups also came to express their opinion on the bill and also to talk about the challenges that their communities faced. They all, in the end, support this bill, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Office of the Grand Chief Nishabi, Ashabi Nation, NWAC, the Puktuit Inuit Women's of Canada for their precious contribution to the work of the Justice Committee.
The support for C-32 is virtually unanimous. I would even go so far as to quote my honourable colleague, the member for Gatineau and NDP justice critic.
Everybody agrees that Bill C-32 is a good step. It's a good step in a good direction. It has good at its heart.
To conclude, I'd like to mention that C-32, as amended, received the unanimous support of all parties represented on the Justice Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for quoting me, above all. That said, one question I still don't understand. I don't understand the fact that Conservative members on the Justice Committee rejected a request from us, but that request was an accurate reflection of a request made by two witnesses. I think they were left off the list of the witnesses that my colleague rhymed off, but we heard from two provincial attorneys general, the Alberta Justice Minister and I believe the Saskatchewan Justice Minister. Both of them were calling for an adaptation period, a transition period, because the provinces will be responsible, 90% responsible for applying this victims charter, and they find that 3 months for the implementation of this charter is too short. So they wanted 6 months, and that was rejected. And I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain to me once again why, because it seems to me it was quite a logical request. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for a good question. It's true, 2 of 10 provinces, all provinces were invited, and territories were invited, and 2 provinces apparently wanted a longer implementation period. But despite the fact that all provinces and territories were invited to comment, they could have appeared, they could have sent in written submissions, only 2 provinces appeared. So how can we impose a longer period on 13 jurisdictions when only 2 requested it? People have been waiting for years. Victims have been waiting for years for this type of support. We're taking their needs into consideration. Ms. Rosenfeld said that she'd been waiting for 33 years for this legislation, and she contributed greatly to it. So we've waited long enough. It's time for action, and let's get down to it.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary about the testimony of another witness at committee, a person by the name of Maureen Baznicki. And she described herself as a very reluctant member of the Victims of Crime Club. Her husband was killed in the 9/11 attacks in the United States. The definition of victim contained in the Act excluded her. Why did the government exclude this group of victims? And once it was pointed out, why didn't they fix it?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The incidents which led to this witness's, the death of her husband, are truly regretful, but one can easily understand that laws that have an extraterritorial sort of provision are often subject matter of international conventions, and certainly it was not within the scope or the ambit of the Act to act in such a fashion to give, I guess, credence to this victim's request.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd simply like to ask my colleague whether he's aware of whether or not the government gave consideration to something that came to my attention when we were dealing with a bill on adding penalties to perpetrators of crimes to help pay for victims, an earlier private member's bill. The restitutional provisions, the compensation provisions that allow for claims to be brought in this bill are one thing. But the fact of the matter is the needs of victims and their families for support at the level of trauma and grief are huge in this country. And we are faced with a patchwork quilt and not a across-the-board federal involvement. And I'm just wondering if my colleague across the way, whether any consideration was given to enhancing the role of the federal government in supporting groups that actually are on the ground helping people struggling with grief and trauma.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm not certain if the exact topics which the learned member is talking about were brought to my attention, but what I can say is that obviously part of the web of services that come to victims are not only under the Victims' Bill of Rights, it's by actual victims groups who are financed in some instances by the federal government. And also, you will recollect, Mr. Chair, that we did do the Victims Surcharge Act. And, of course, the funds that come from the victim surcharge go directly to victim services, in some instances to groups that try to deal with grief. Certainly there's more work to be done with regards to the grief and helping victims through the trauma that they felt. And that's at the very heart and essence of what this Act attempts to accomplish.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Gatineau.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to speak at report stage to Bill C-32, the Victims' Charter of Rights. What you have to understand about this charter is that it clarifies the rights federally of victims of crime to information, compensation, and so on, and it makes some amendments to other acts. But basically, these are the rights that victims would enjoy. Often victims have been neglected by the justice system, and this is an attempt to rectify that. It took 8 years and countless photo ops and press releases, press conferences, before the Conservatives decided to table this bill. As the parliamentary secretary to the Justice Minister said, they consulted 185 groups and 300 online submissions. I'm prepared to believe that, but I don't think they really got the message. I'm not sure they were really listening. We had witnesses at committee and efforts were made, valiant efforts, to improve this bill in various ways, to make the charter better, to do what it claims to do for victims. And if there's anyone my heart bleeds for today, it's the victims. It's true this is a first step. We should be positive. We shouldn't spit on this first step. But that said, it could have been done so much better, Mr. Speaker. There were a lot of meetings, and we all talked about this bill at second reading. We talked extensively about it. But beyond listing all the witnesses, the parliamentary secretary already listed a lot of them, and I certainly won't repeat that. But we saw some, I think, some 40-odd witnesses at committee. We spent a lot of time listening to them and thinking about what they said and drafting amendments in light of the evidence we heard from the victims. But unfortunately, I can't say. Maybe we didn't have all the time we needed to hear from all the witnesses we would have liked to hear from, but I would just like to say as an aside that it's regrettable that only Alberta and Saskatchewan contributed. Saskatchewan in writing and Alberta by video conference. The Alberta Minister of Justice appeared by video conference. That's the only input we got from the provinces and territories, and I think that's a shame because all the victims groups, all the witnesses, all the lawyers, they're unanimous and they're clear about this. It's the provinces who are going to have to apply this charter. They're going to have to provide the information, protection, participation, and compensation. It's the provinces who will have to administer this. They'll have to do the work. So it's unfortunate we didn't hear from all the provinces. One of the witnesses before the committee said that this suggests that there's not much of an appetite from the provinces for this Canadian charter. The comment we heard most frequently was that this charter just codifies federally what's already happening out there on the ground. So victims advocacy groups said that it's done in a haphazard fashion across the country. And maybe that's what's good about this charter of victims' rights, but the provinces will have to buy in. A Crown prosecutor who appeared before us said that if each court applies these rights differently, we'll be no further ahead at the end of the day. One thing I think that could have been done a lot better is that a number of amendments were tabled, and I would say sound amendments. I'll read some of them to you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's really unfortunate that victims and victims advocacy groups explain to us that the problem with the charter is that it's not binding. There's absolutely nothing binding about it. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we often stand up in the House and criticize the government over its mandatory minimum sentences that tie the hands of the judge and the court. They don't allow judges the discretion. They can't apply their own judgment, their own experience in order to come up with a better decision. But here we have a charter which perhaps leaves things way too open. There's basically everyone can do as they please under this charter. So the sad message to victims is that there's a positive message, which is that yes, finally, we talked we took your concerns into account unanimously. But so the talk has been done, the cry for help has been heard, but now what happens? We don't want to have to come back a few years from now and start over from scratch and do it all over again and do it correctly. I'll give you a few examples.
Now, a complaint mechanism is being established here, Mr. Speaker, but it's a complaint formula. We can't tell the provinces what they need to do, but for the federal level, there is a complaint mechanism, but we're not exactly sure how it will work, who people are supposed to claim to, and to make sure that it doesn't bother anyone if a complaint is launched, then there's nothing that says anything about how the decision will be made or what kind of impact it will have. So there's a mechanism in here, but it's not usable, and there's nothing that's going to result from it. The right to information. Now, it's all fine and well to say that it's right to information. It's a bit much, in fact, because the victim will have to ask for it. Now, under the charter, essentially, or the amendments, in fact, that the NDP presented to committee were amendments, substantive amendments that didn't deal with the functioning of the process or the protection that needed to be required to people who are accused. Very respectful of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but at the same time, there are some solid points, like the right to information. All victims have the right to information. Not all victims have the right upon request, as is currently worded in the Charter. So it's an issue of a burden. The burden remains. So with the victim, to request or to ask for those rights to be fulfilled, to ask for information, for example, to ask to be kept informed. Everything will have to be done at the request of the victims. And to my mind, the essential, or the essence, in fact, of the charter that was at the start of the bill in C-32, which, well, how could I put this, Mr. Speaker? It is the heart of these charter, but in fact, it's the Bill of Rights here. So when a Bill of Rights is prepared, it says that victims have the right to obtain information upon request. Now, in Section 7, Clause 7, rather, it says every victim has the right on request to information about, etc., etc. In number 8, every victim has the right to request information about, etc. Now, if we want to do things and give them rights as part of this system, if we want to give them the role that and the place that they deserve, then we need to do more than simply put forth pious wishes. So that's why we're not opposed to C-32. I agree with all that. It's a small step in the right direction. And Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that the government didn't accept any of the amendments from the opposition. We asked, in fact, for 2 years after the coming into force of Section 2, the House of Commons or the Senate or both chambers undertake an investigation or consideration of the Victims' Rights the Victims' Bill of Rights, etc. And the Conservatives put that over 5 years. It's regrettable. It's unfortunate that they didn't listen to the provinces to have additional time to implement the Bill of Rights. Money is the essence here, and that is what I will conclude my remarks on. It will take money to support this Bill of Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks and for her leadership at the Justice Committee, because it is true that at the committee, she is a real leader there. Now, she talked about amendments put forth by the NDP at committee, and I think that there was at least one very important amendment put forth at committee, apart from the ones put forth by the NDP. And I'd like her to speak to that one. It was the amendment that proposed an annual report with statistics.
Measure it, you can't manage it.
And I think that amendment addressed that very issue. Perhaps she could explain why it was important and say a few words about the reasons given by the government to have rejected a good suggestion like that one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague, the member for Charlottetown, and for him to give me an opportunity to elaborate. 10 minutes goes by very quickly. That amendment was very important. It was NDP 5 that said, report to Parliament. We would have created a new clause each year, the Minister and the Attorney General, and table in each Parliament a report on the application of this legislation, which contains the following information for the previous year. The number of orders under Section 16. We heard the Green Party member mention that. The number of requests for information under 7 and 8 at the request of victims, and the number of complaints tabled or filed rather under 25 and 26. Now, for us that was important for the clear reason that the success of a Bill of Rights like this one, to ensure that 10 years from now, or sooner even, once victims will have lived through this legal nebulous situation that will come into force, it would have been interesting after that to have those statistics. But like in many other areas, this government isn't one that likes statistics and doesn't like facts that could in fact prove that this was simply a smokescreen. Now, we need a bit more meat on these bones. This was an aspect that would have done so, but unfortunately, the Conservative colleagues rejected the amendment, the proposed amendment.
Or Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague who has, not just on this bill, but on countless bills, put in so much effective and hard work in the Justice Committee. The question I'd asked earlier, the Parliamentary Secretary touched on a bill that we worked on dealing with surcharges. And one of the things I learned about the government's attitude was the idea that support for victims from the federal perspective comes from one of two things. One is the perpetrator pays, which is a completely inadequate philosophy given how little money most have and how little that would amount to anyway, and or the provinces pay. And I'm just wondering whether or not my colleague would be able to comment and agree with me perhaps that the understanding of this government about the criminal law jurisdiction of the federal government is entirely cramped, and that it really stops at the gates of legislating for law and order purposes and really does not take into full account the responsibility of federal law for working with the provinces to deal with victims, their families, the trauma and the grief that they experience in particular.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, I'll try to be quick on this issue, Mr. Speaker, but we could have a conference on that subject alone. And that's often the impression that we have on the issue of criminal justice more specifically. That if we look at the Minister of Justice, and I congratulate the people who work there, the employees there, the lawyers are producing bills and bills. They're working so hard. Now, these principles are good. This kind of Bill of Rights, which would add a number of aspects, but once it's adopted here in this beautiful place that's so beautifully decorated, then people have to get down to work on a daily basis with it. Victims through the courts in the provinces that have to enforce or apply this legislation that's coming out so quickly. We're going to have smarter justice, because otherwise we're going to end up in a chaotic situation. Some people have a bad impression of justice, and if they do so now, well, they can rest assured it won't improve shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today on C-32, the Bill on Victims' Rights. And I'm also pleased to indicate that the Liberal caucus will continue to support this legislation. As the members opposite will fondly recall, supporting victims of crime has long been a Liberal priority. Specifically, I would point to the Liberal government's 2003 Statement of Basic Principles for Justice for Victims of Crime. This statement was collectively drafted by provincial and federal representatives to modernize the basic principles of justice for victims. As the Department of Justice states, those are the basic principles that continue to guide the development of policies, programs, and legislation related to victims of crime. They also provide a foundation for the Policy Centre for Victims' Issues work. Further, in 2005, with the Honourable Member for Mount Royal serving as Justice Minister, the Liberal government announced new initiatives to support victims, including allowing them to apply for financial assistance to attend the National Parole Board hearings of the offender who harmed them. I also want to acknowledge that victims' rights is an issue that has drawn multi-party support in the past. The Liberal government's progress built on earlier efforts from the 1988 Progressive Conservative federal government, who also worked together with the country's territorial and provincial justice ministers. Mr. Speaker, that's the sort of constructive engagement with the provinces and territories that many on this side fondly recall. This type of cooperation for the betterment of Canada has been eroded in recent years. Le projet de loi C-32
Bill C-32 contains several suggestions that aim to help victims, Canadian victims of crime, and more specifically, victims of violent crimes. This bill creates the Canadian Victims Bill of Rights that would provide a series of legal rights to victims, while in several cases, Bill C-32 simply codifies existing rights and practices. But when we talk about victims, I'm happy to err on the side of legal security. Now, what does Bill C-32 seek to accomplish? It seeks to create the right to information and to services designed to help give victims peace of mind during the procedures, the criminal procedures they will have to participate in, and following that. It will clarify victims' rights to protection, to submit a statement, and to obtain compensation from offenders. It will make it easier for the evidence provided by vulnerable victims, and it will increase the criminal offense of intimidation and change an outdated law, the Canada Evidence Acts, to deal with the issue of evidence provided by a spouse, legislation that has been included several exceptions.
We wish the government would have followed the practices of former PC and Liberal governments by accepting advice on how C-32 could have been improved for victims of crime. The committee process could best be described as a missed opportunity. Mr. Speaker, C-32 is not a perfect bill. A significant problem is that it will increase the obligations on backlogged courts and the demands on prosecutors, without increasing the resources allocated to meet those obligations. In short, this bill assigns new work without providing new funds. Apparently, the government is operating on the assumption that our courts and prosecutors are underworked. Of course, that's not the case, and the already overburdened provinces will have to pick up the tab. To the point on resources, I would like to share with you an example included in the Canadian Bar Association's recommendations, an example I shared with our Conservative Control Committee in the hopes that they would seriously consider improving the bill. The example deals with the new requirement that prosecutors attempt to inform victims of plea deals. And I quote from the Canadian Bar Association, "A typical experience for a frontline Crown Counsel dealing with the proposed legislative change might go like this. A Crown Counsel is dealing with 100 cases on a particular morning where the accused is scheduled to enter a plea. Lawyers for 10 of the accused inform the Crown only that morning of a guilty plea. The Crown has no time to contact the victims of the 10 accused to tell them of the proposed pleas. When the court asks the Crown if the victims have been informed, the Crown says no in regard to the 10 cases. The court adjourns those cases, so the guilty pleas are not accepted. By the next appearance, 4 of the 10 accused change their minds about pleading guilty and want a trial. Victims are then required to testify when they otherwise could have been spared the trauma of reliving their experience through vigorous cross-examination. At committee, I introduced an amendment to remedy this flaw in the bill, a flaw that, without additional resources, is likely to slow the administration of justice and actually traumatize a significant number of the victims we are all trying to help. As the Canadian Bar Association recommended, I suggested that a victim only need be notified of a plea deal where there will be a joint submission on sentencing. The deals that prosecutors will more likely have made in advance. These are also the deals where the Crown will be suggesting a particular sentence rather than a plea to a lesser offence. And the Conservative response? Before the Conservatives voted against this particular amendment, the Parliamentary Secretary and the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe said the following: "We're concerned that this amendment, meaning my amendment, would lead to delays and would place an undue burden on the Crown prosecutor. The system has to function, and for that reason, we can't support this amendment."
Mr. Speaker, my amendment sought to reduce the delays that this bill will create, and the Conservatives decided to vote against the amendment to reduce the delays? I'd like an explanation for that logic, although contradictions are notoriously difficult to explain. And this was just one of the amendments that I suggested. At committee, the Conservatives rejected 18. And yes, you did hear that correctly. 18 Liberal amendments that would have improved this bill. They didn't reject these amendments because they were bad ideas. No, they simply rejected them because they were Liberal ideas. Colleagues, this type of behavior represents Parliament at its worst. With this in mind, let's take a look at other amendments rejected by the Conservatives.
As I indicated in an earlier question at committee, we heard from a witness named Maureen Beznicki. Ms. Beznicki is a Canadian whose husband was killed in the 9/11 attacks. At committee, Ms. Beznicki explained that she had experienced difficulty in accessing victim services because her husband was murdered by terrorists outside the country. She urged us to extend any lawfully available domestic rights to Canadian victims of crime that occur outside of Canada. I would like to share some of her testimony with the Chamber. She said, "Perpetrators of crimes are still demanding their rights as Canadian citizens when they've been successfully prosecuted for crimes outside this country. And I want to bring balance to this. This is not a new step. It is new for Canadians, perhaps, but other countries do this. Many other countries. Most other countries do. After listening to Ms. Beznicki, I introduced an amendment to capture her unfairly overlooked constituency to grant domestically available victims' benefits to Canadians who have experienced serious personal injury crimes outside the country or whose family members have been murdered outside the country. Conservatives refused to include the victims of the 9/11 attacks in the legislation and refused to amend it after hearing from Ms. Beznicki. We also heard, Mr. Speaker, from a representative of the Chiefs of Ontario who wanted to bring some balance to consider the unique circumstances of Aboriginal victims in the justice system. All of the amendments proposed by the Chiefs of Ontario were similarly rejected. Mr. Speaker, C-32 is not a perfect bill, but it's a good bill. It will do good work for Canadian victims of crime, so the Liberals will support C-32 and endeavour to improve on these efforts when we form the next government. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Look, we can't hide the fact that the Liberals, unfortunately, have a very light record of all of the years, the 13 years they were in power. It was a commitment they made in '96 to present a charter like this, or a Bill of Rights, rather, but like their Conservative friends, they simply made it a promise, and they added to it some other aspects and delayed it and pushed it off and off and off. So I'd like to ask my colleague why, in fact, under the government of the party he currently represents, that measure was never established, and why it wasn't put into place, unfortunately.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not certain that the member heard the speech. The first paragraph of my speech highlighted all of the measures that were taken by Liberal governments in 2003. There were the measures taken by the former Justice Minister, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, in 2003, the Liberal government passed a Statement of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime. In 2005, the member from Mount Royal, serving as Justice Minister, announced new initiatives to support victims, including allowing them to file for financial assistance to attend National Parole Board hearings of the offender who harmed them. I don't accept for a minute that the history of the Liberal Party and the tradition of the Liberal Party has been one of not supporting victims. It absolutely has been one of supporting victims and will continue to be so.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, and I would like to thank my colleague from Charlottetown for his speech. And I'm particularly interested because he's right. Liberals and the colleague from the Green Party and our own members have proposed many amendments, not for the pleasure of moving amendments, Mr. Speaker, but to try to strengthen this bill, to make sure that we do what committee work is supposed to do. Once we get past second reading in this House, the bill goes to committee, we hear from witnesses, witnesses explain things to us, we listen to what they say, and we take that message back, we analyze it, and then we try to incorporate suggestions into the legislative process, and then we report it back to the House. And I'm wondering what my colleague from Charlottetown thinks. How would he explain that committee after committee, despite all of the serious efforts that we are all making, it's always the same thing? We get laxist responses where the parliamentary secretary reads messages written certainly by somebody else to say that the amendment won't be accepted, that the Conservative colleagues won't accept the amendment. It's always the same thing. How would he explain that? And is there not an independent role that should be played by members of all political parties within the committee to do the work that is given to us as members of the Justice Committee?
Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I share the frustration that my colleague has expressed. And she is absolutely right. The committee process is not a real process. It's a charade, unfortunately.
The process that we saw at committee and that we continue to see at committee makes committees a bit of a joke. It's a perfunctory process. We hear from witnesses that have solid recommendations. We hear from the Canadian Bar Association. Now, the Canadian Bar Association apparently is worthy enough to be consulted when we appoint judges. But when the Canadian Bar Association comes before the Justice Committee and says, here's 8 recommendations to improve your bill, each and every one is rejected out of hand. It's a sad charade.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor for me to be able to speak to C-32, a very important bill called the Victims' Bill of Rights Act. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to my colleagues across the way were saying regarding this important bill. And I was actually a little saddened. The purpose of this bill is, C-32, is to focus on victims' rights. And we've acknowledged that it's a good bill. It's an important bill, but it's not surprising why, to this day, victims' rights have not been established. It is not in Canada. Victims' rights have been ignored generation after generation, and it's under this government that something is actually happening. The debate we just heard was not focused on victims again. It was focused by the opposition, and I do appreciate that they support this bill. They've said it's a good bill. They're going to support it. But after those comments, then they focused on procedure. They said they weren't happy that the amendments that they made were not accepted. And I've been in this House for 10 years, and I always don't get my way. In fact, as I often don't. We work together in this Parliament for the betterment of Canada, but it's not always my way. It's others' way. We work together, and we come up with a position that we believe Canadians want, and that's what C-32 has done, is we've built and we've adjusted and created a bill that represents who? The Victims' Bill of Rights. And so instead of focusing on amendments not being supported, political rhetoric, not happy with what happened at committee or other committees, I think we need to focus on what we're here to talk about, and that's Victims' Bill of Rights. Now, talking about Victims' Bill of Rights, it makes me think about when I introduced my Safe at Home bill, Mr. Speaker, just prior to the introduction of the Bill of Rights, Victims' Bill of Rights. I remember that family that came from my riding of Langley, and they shared that their child had been sexually assaulted by the neighbor that lived right across the street. And it was a very sad story, but even just as sad was their experience with the justice system. They, as a victim, as family, and we're expanding the definition of the victim. It's not just the person that was assaulted, but it's the family of the victim. We're fixing that. We're expanding the definitions of victim. And, Mr. Speaker, that family said that they were observers through the whole process. They weren't consulted or considered. They were observers. And what they said, the one thing they said is, please do not allow that offender to serve the sentence across the street, right where the offense took place.
police. And then they were not notified of actually when the sentencing was happening. Again, as observers, their input was not considered, and the sentence was made, and the sentence was that the offender could serve the sentence on conditional sentence, house arrest, right across the street. Again, evidence a need from the Victims' Bill of Rights. This is a good bill. It does consider the victims' rights. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what the president of the Canadian Police Association said about C-32. Quote, "Frontline officers have seen firsthand the challenges victims of crime can face in navigating the complex and often seemingly uncaring system." Sounds like what the people from Langley experienced. He went on to say, "We appreciate the actions that this government has taken to put the focus back where it should be in the first place, in helping those who have been victimized." End quote. And Mr. Speaker, that is good news. We are moving in the right direction. And I do genuinely appreciate the support of the other parties. We did pass it unanimously at committee. And I think about another comment that came from the Ottawa Sun. It said in April, just after this bill was introduced, it said, "It's about time we gave a hug to someone other than the thug." C-32 aims to do just that. It's time the victims got a little bit more respect in the court system.
Order. The chair must interrupt the honourable member from Langley at this time. He will have 5 minutes remaining when this matter returns before the House. However, it being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business motion in the name of Mr. Fortin, M535. Amendment to the standing order, resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak today in the House on Bill C-35. But, Mr. Speaker, I must say at the outset that I will be speaking against this bill for a number of reasons. I think, although my honourable colleague opposite has put through some, or suggested some very significant changes to the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, they actually don't, in my view at least, make a lot of sense. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, they deal with 3 areas of how this Parliament functions, or any Parliament functions. Number one, it speaks to the method in which parties can elect or at least appoint House leaders and whips of their respective parties. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it makes a significant change, or at least suggests to make a significant change, of how question period operates. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it suggests very significant changes to the composition and selection process of members to parliamentary committees. Let me start with the first suggestion that the member opposite has on how parties should select or appoint their House officers. Mr. Speaker, the member suggests in his bill that House leaders and party whips should be selected by an absolute majority vote within their respective caucuses. Mr. Speaker, while to some that may seem like a fairly reasonable suggestion, it actually is inherent with a lot of problems, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you just a few examples of where this could be very problematic. Number one, Mr. Speaker, let's suggest for a moment that all parties, or at least some of the parties, would have difficulty in determining which member of their caucus should be selected as their House leader. We could have 2 or 3 or perhaps even more qualified candidates, Mr. Speaker, all having support within the respective caucuses, but because of that number, it would be difficult to actually find an absolute majority for one of the 3 or 4 candidates. If that was the case, Mr. Speaker, then clearly that party would be under a very significant hardship, because House leaders, as we all know in this place, play a very significant role in the smooth functioning of Parliament. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that shouldn't be the proper way in which House leaders and whips are selected, because both House leaders and whips work extremely closely with their party leaders. The party leader must have absolute confidence in those 2 House officers, and therefore I would suggest it would be very, very helpful if party leaders maintained the status quo and appointed who they wished to see as their House leader and their whip. And thirdly, of course, Mr. Speaker, the obvious, at least on the government side, every House leader in a government, Mr. Speaker, is a cabinet minister. Many times whips of the government. The chief of government whip is a member vested in cabinet. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, then they are appointed to the cabinet based on recommendations by the Prime Minister to the Governor General. And what the member opposite is suggesting in his private member's bill would take that right away, that prerogative away from the Governor General and from the Prime Minister. So it really doesn't look to me, Mr. Speaker, whether that suggestion would be workable whatsoever. The member opposite's second point, Mr. Speaker, is on how we make fundamental changes to question period. The member suggests that each member of the opposition should have at least one question per week. Now, Mr. Speaker, if my math is correct, there's approximately 170 questions asked weekly by members of the opposition. And roughly in this current configuration of Parliament, there's approximately 135 to 140 members of the opposition. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, individual parties would have very little leeway in which to construct a strategic approach to question period. Let me give you one example from the not-too-distant past. We have seen recently and months previously, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the official opposition from time to time would stand up during question period and ask the first 10, 12, or 14 questions, all directed at the Prime Minister. That was his strategic imperative. They felt as a party, he probably felt as a leader, that was the most effective use of their questions during question period. Perhaps it was to give him increased profile. Perhaps it was they felt he was the most effective questioner in their caucus. But regardless, Mr. Speaker, it was the prerogative of the leader of the opposition and his party to determine who in his caucus would ask questions, in what order, and how many questions that individual would ask. Under the member opposite suggestion, that right of opposition leaders and opposition caucuses would be taken away because, in fact, there would be a selection process where each single member of the opposition would have the ability to ask a question each week during question period. While that may seem democratic to some, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that would very much curtail the abilities of opposition parties to form a strategic approach to question period. Many times, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen, and we've certainly seen recently, opposition parties will hone in on a particular minister of the government, thinking that they have an area to explore, some criticisms to try and exploit. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you don't have the ability as a caucus to try and design your own strategy in question period, you're really at a disadvantage. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that question period is primarily to the advantage of opposition parties, so why in the world would any opposition member want to have that curtailment that would prevent them from asking the most penetrating and effective questions to the government of the day? It doesn't, again, seem to make much sense to me, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite suggests in the composition of committees that it shouldn't be done as it is now with the whips of each party selecting members to sit on particular committees based on their level of expertise or interest. The member suggests basically the reverse order on the order of precedence in private members' bills be used to allow members to select their own committee. And again, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that sometimes members may want to sit on a committee where they have absolutely no expertise, but they want to sit on a particular committee because it's something they find exciting or interesting, or perhaps even they may feel that they have an opportunity to do some traveling, which I know, Mr. Speaker, may seem odd to some, but I think those of us who have been around here for a while realize that some members take that right very, very seriously. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague opposite, while these suggestions may be, in his mind, an improvement to the way that Parliament operates, I would suggest it's just the opposite. And further, I will point out, Mr. Speaker, that as the member opposite should know, and I hope does know, that we currently have a process in Parliament that after each new election, there is a requirement for Parliament through the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to do a thorough examination of the current standing orders and make recommendations for change if they feel it be deemed necessary. Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for 8 of the 10 years I've been here in Parliament, and I can assure you that the examination and reconstruction sometimes of the standing orders is not something to be trivialized. It's something to be taken very, very seriously. But it is also, Mr. Speaker, an extremely onerous task. We have spent in this Parliament the last several years examining the standing orders, all parties trying to come to some agreements to finding ways to make the standing orders better so that it better serves all members of Parliament. And I can assure my colleague opposite who put this private member's bill forward that we worked, I think, as a committee very, very collegially, very effectively, because the approach we took is that any suggestion to change a standing order had to be agreed upon by all members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee who were examining the standing orders. We believe that if there wasn't total unanimity, then it wasn't worth the attempt to try and change the orders, because standing orders govern us all. They guide us all. And using that approach, Mr. Speaker, we have made a few modest changes to the current standing orders. But I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, in years future, should there be a need to change the standing orders, it should be done in the current method that we have before us, where the Procedure and House Affairs Committee examines it at the start of each Parliament, makes changes that they feel necessary, and not make changes arbitrarily through a private member's bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rimouski Nejet Témiscouata Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to motion 535. Perhaps I should first congratulate the member for his attempt to address some of the issues, some of the disproportionalities in how we operate as a parliament. And some of us might agree that these are issues that have to do with how members can express themselves during question period or at committee. There's room for improvement, but I can't support this motion because I think the solutions put forward by my colleague are unlikely to solve the problem, and they don't deal with adequately with some of the key issues. As the parliamentary secretary said in his previous speech, there are 3 main prongs to this motion. I'll go through them one at a time. The first calls on each political party to have positions like leader and whip or caucus president elected by caucus. I think that's a false problem because it has to do with the internal workings of a political party. For example, we in the official opposition, in the NDP, we have a personalized approach to the situation. I don't know if other parties do too, but I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to the clout of individual members within caucus, if there's work to be done by one of the party's officers, for example, the whip or the leader, those problems can be resolved by the membership. So it's an internal issue that you can't really address with a motion like this. The second part of the motion calls for a mechanism that would allow each opposition member to ask 1 question per week during question period. And the House leader mentioned that we have a British parliamentary system, a Westminster system, and that means parties have some collective clout. They can use question period strategically. They can focus on a specific issue. They can insist on answers, and it's natural for the official opposition, but for all members to want to ask questions. For example, questions on foreign affairs. Obviously, the official opposition wants to have the opportunity to ask the foreign affairs minister some questions, and the critic will want to ask questions, 1 or 2 questions a week on an issue going to foreign affairs, and perhaps the deputy critic too. And that's it. And for everything else, if there's a strategy, if the party has a strategy, the opposition has a strategy, that's how it's carried out. But under this motion, it might be people who aren't necessarily experts on the subject matter who'd be asking the questions. So this motion would cause a party to lose some of its strategic advantage in addressing and highlighting issues of the day. So I think it has been repeatedly pointed out that the non-answers we get from the government are a problem, but this motion wouldn't really help solve that problem, the problem of non-answers. The third prong of the motion has to do with the draw for private members' business. So it would be the opposite from what we currently have. And I really don't understand how this would work. I think this is it's a major problem that parliamentary secretaries cannot table their own private members' business, so they're excluded from private members' business. But using political parties and their organization, their use in a British system allows parties to choose its own strengths. For example, I'm the finance critic. My study and work experience lend themselves to that. There are other committees I might have been able to contribute some expertise to, like agriculture or natural resources, but there are others that I wouldn't be that helpful on, for example, national defense or foreign affairs. Obviously, I'm interested in those issues as a member of parliament, but I have less experience than I do in the realm of the economy and finance. And if under this motion, I wouldn't be able to choose which committee I wanted to sit on. I would wind up actually being excluded from a committee that I might actually be best suited to. So there's no guarantee that elected members who, if they've been chosen to sit on a committee, that they would want to give up their seat on that committee. So it's all about making sure that members can be used where they're in a position to make the best possible contribution. On that last point, Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the member for Haute-Gaspésie that there are independent members here in the House, and they are underrepresented on committees. That's an issue that we should address as a parliament. We should address that in the House of Commons, and it's fairly urgent because the government's proposal when it comes to independence involvement in committee work, well, obviously the government would exclude them completely, and as things are now, the government's even preventing them from presenting amendments at committee stage. Instead of that, the government is saying you can have 1 minute to present amendments at committee and we'll debate them without you. That seems completely unfair to me, and it seems to breach the privileges of independent members. So we need to solve those problems. And I think these issues go to the heart of the work we do, and currently things are quite dysfunctional. So I appreciate the effort of the member for La Métis Matapédia, but I don't think this motion is the solution. I know that there's a problem with independent members and they feel powerless in many respects. And I agree that they lack power and the ability to adequately represent their constituents. But to my mind, after studying this motion, I really don't think it does anything to solve the main problems. It really just touches on more peripheral issues. So it's very hard for me to vote in favor of it, particularly as it's not binding. Even if passed, this motion would not be referred to a committee. Once passed, if passed, it just becomes declaratory. It doesn't really change anything. So if the issue is the powerlessness of independence or the functioning of the House of Commons, particularly during question period, well, I think we should have a proper debate about it. It should be in a bill, not in a motion. And there should, in fact, even better be an agreement among the parties, because we've made proposals around the fact that we talked about the NDP's in favor of mixed proportional elections. We'd like to see the powers of members, individual members, increase, the powers of the House increase. But I think this effort falls short. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I often begin my speeches with a quote, and I have another one today. Of course, all quotes have their shortcomings. They're not 100% applicable, but I'd like to start with Blaise Pascal, who said that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think the spirit of this quote applies here. I think that the means put forward here don't really fit the goal, and I'll explain. I'll be voting against this motion, Mr. Speaker, for one reason, and it's a good one, is that this motion, if passed, will not be binding. So I daren't even talk about 2 hours of debate, because the 2 hours we spend talking about this are discussion hours. People can express the pros and cons of this motion. All parties, including independents, can say their piece, but it won't be a debate in the sense that we can ask questions of one another and say, how do we take this further? What's the best way to proceed? Because we're talking here about a motion. If the majority agreed with the motion, this would happen immediately without further discussion. But a bill could follow the normal steps, go through committee, clause-by-clause study, and be subject to more in-depth debate, and maybe might have garnered the support of the majority. I understand the members' concerns and good intentions, but you need to have the right means to achieve those goals too. And I think the main weakness of this motion is that it put forward a legitimate principle, but the means are doubtful and in some senses even quite inappropriate and far-fetched. So I'm opposed to this motion because before I go any further into the mechanics, I'd like to draw an analogy. Of course, it's an imperfect one, but I think that our sports, our spirit, if we were to compare ourselves to a hockey team, I think it's fair enough to say that we all know what the problems are. The analogy is, of course, about us choosing what position we want to play on the team, and who gets to be the team captain and so on, how a team performs at its best. But if you ask players to choose their own captain and management, well, it's pretty clear that that would directly affect the team's performance, because on a hockey team or a sports team, like on a political team, success is tied to the team's ability to put the right people in the right positions. So we always try to strike a balance between individuals' opinions and our party-based political system. In concrete terms, we want to make Parliament work efficiently and at the same time increase the independence of members and their ability to represent their constituents. As you know, the public pays close attention to question period. That's the opportunity for viewers to become aware of the issues of the day. And that's why it's legitimate for a party to have the ability to develop a strategy to control or monitor government activity. This motion would distort the opposition's organization. It would disrupt our ability to hold the government to account. The motion proposes mechanisms which completely run roughshod over the strategic dimension of question period. When we examine this motion, it shows that it would completely subvert the purpose, the goal that a party seeks to reach through question period. Behind the questions we ask, there are local and national issues to be raised. We want to show the cracks or the contradictions in government policy, and the ultimate goal is to put pressure on the government to get it to back down. When you read this motion, you can see that it would change question period. My colleague proposes that members ask whatever questions they want, but this would be very disorganized. It would be very hard to organize question period around this type of procedure. It's important for each member to participate in this process, but asking questions of the government has to lead to concrete results. The most important thing when you're a team player is the results, making sure the government accounts to the people we represent. The goal is to pressure the government to change, to back down. We expose the shortcomings of public policy and the concerns of our constituents. This motion would completely change the role of question period because it would prevent parties from focusing on a consistent, effective strategy to put pressure on the government. A number of bills that have been debated in the House, in a number of these situations, our effectiveness during question period has pushed the government into compromising and backing down over significant issues. For example, C-23. Our repeated questions in question period every day forced the government to back down over some of the most controversial elements of its electoral reform. I could also mention the case of railway safety, where our collective effort pressured the government into backing down over the DOT 111 train cars. You'd have a hard time convincing me that these files could have been managed as effectively if question period was as random as this motion would have it, how would this motion guarantee gender equality, language equality, and regional equality in question period? These are values at the very heart of our goals, values that would completely be left aside if this motion were passed. The same thing goes for the lottery system that allows members to choose the committees they sit on. Once again, the team strategy would be affected. I'm not saying there's no way of getting around that, but when a person chooses a committee, they could choose for the wrong reasons. It could be because the committee's higher profile, or because it might affect a person's chances of getting reelected. But our basic job is to make sure that everyone's skills are used in the best way possible. In other words, putting the right people in the right positions to achieve the best results. Once again, under this motion, it would be hard to reach that goal. There are many other reforms that we could have worked together on and agreed on to promote the role of individual members here in the House. So we hope that 2015 will be the last year that we have this unfair system when it comes to votes. Proportional elections would certainly alleviate many of the problems that we currently face. Just to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, because my time's running out, unfortunately, I won't be voting for this motion because although the goals are laudable, the means of achieving them are unfortunately inadequate for me to support this. Thank you for listening, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Haute-Gaspésie, la Métis Matane-Matapédia, for this motion. However, I must reiterate what my colleagues have already said, Mr. Speaker. I can't hide the fact that when I first read through the motion, when I looked at what the member was proposing, and when I looked at the direction he wanted to take the debate or the alleged debate in, I asked myself a number of questions with respect to the motivation behind this motion, what he was seeking to achieve, and his willingness to establish a dialogue and to negotiate better conditions for all members in this House. Because, Mr. Speaker, we can't hide the fact that there are 308 members in this House, and we work in conditions that are hardly ideal. Some of our colleagues have limited opportunity to act, whether they belong to a recognized party or not. So that's a reality that I'm aware of. It's something I've been aware of for a long time. And Mr. Speaker, in 2015 will be my fourth election. It will be the fourth time that I will have put forth my candidacy as an NDP member. And in May, I was a candidate in Chute de la Chaudière-Lotbinière, and that was many years ago. And after many years of considering what the reality of politics was in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't hide the fact that this debate takes me back to the 70s, to my youth, when I was imitating my father, who listened religiously to the 6 p.m. news every day. Perhaps it was even 5 o'clock at the time. Well, my memory seems to be a little bit blurry on that, but it was part of a ritual at home, watching the news. The newspaper came in on a daily basis as well. My father would leaf through it, and I followed his example. So I learned very early on of the issues affecting our society and the fact that politics was something we needed to be involved in as part of, as citizens of this country. And quickly, in fact, because my father was very involved politically and in the unions, I won't hide the fact from you, Mr. Speaker, my father had held a membership card in the Liberal Party of Canada, and unfortunately for him, following the sponsorship scandal, he ripped it up. And that led him to ask himself what party he would support. Now his son gave him the motivation he needed to support the NDP in the 2000s. So, Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out last year in May 2015, I will have been politically active for 10 years as an NDP candidate and member. And one of the most important activities or parts of this was to support and to encourage candidates in the Quebec City region for the NDP. And I'm very proud of that, Mr. Speaker, because I took on responsibilities for the NDP in the Quebec City region in 2011. All of the seats in the Greater Quebec City region, including the 2 on the South Shore, were elected NDP. So there were 9. Of the 9 candidates, 4 women and 3 men were elected. So this is a magnificent accomplishment. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, when we look at facing the challenge of representation, and representing different ethnic groups from the various diverse geographical regions, from the very different regions of the country, well, Mr. Speaker, a political party can represent an extraordinary tool or vehicle for taking into account those diverse realities in the best way possible. It's also part of our legacy. It can also help to ensure that some underrepresented groups are represented. Now, unfortunately, the motion, in my colleague's name, and because of the lottery system, etc., in the proposals it makes for the question period, does not provide adequate answers. My colleague's motion will cause great distortion, for example, at certain committees. Now, clearly, the member for Rimouski, Neje-Témiscouata, Les Basques referred to the fact that as a member of the Finance Committee, it was something that he was interested in personally, and also because of his skills, his qualifications, which are acknowledged in our caucus. But we could end up with committees that would be poorly represented, or, in fact, with a makeup or composition that's absurd because of the approach that's being put forth in this motion. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, one aspect, well, I'd say the most problematic aspect of this bill that I noticed immediately, the motion standing in the name of the member for Métis-Matane Natapédia, is something that could, in fact, accentuate the domination of the executive power, which would be an unfortunate reality. Now, that's something that experts have been discussing, and thank you for indicating how much time I have left, Mr. Speaker, but that is a major issue in our political system, in our democratic institutions, and has been for decades. Now, I remember, Mr. Speaker, that at one point in a used bookstore, I purchased a book that dated back to the 60s. It talked at that time about some problems, linked it to the executive branch and to accountability. And to Mr. Speaker, the problem, the accountability problem, etc., has worsened over the years. And at present, the Prime Minister's office dominates politics to such an extent that it's bothersome. It's a problem when we look at Canada's democratic tradition that is for the most part admired elsewhere, but has no place in the political system. There are fledgling democracies across the world that have sought to avoid that kind of domination, and they have put in place democratic institutions. They've lived through dictators, and they're trying to counterbalance powers more broadly, and unfortunately my colleague doesn't seek to deal with that challenge in his motion. On the contrary, he, in fact, it doesn't deal with this arbitrary power by the executive branch and the Prime Minister's office. So this motion is ill-suited to our system. It doesn't deal with the problems involving the participation and involvement of all members of the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise to speak to this motion. And I want to say right off, I appreciate the efforts made by the honourable member to bring this matter forward. He's a very amicable member of this chamber, and I appreciate chatting with him from time to time on matters in the House. I can fully understand, as I'm sure everybody in this House can understand, his frustration, what would drive him to bring forward this motion. It's very hard, Mr. Speaker, for the independent members in this chamber because they're not accorded equal rights as the parties are. And of course, that's what our system is. And why is the system that way? It's not that there are not a lot of changes that can be brought. Some reforms have been proposed by the government side, not independent, but individual members at least, and some by our party. Certainly, the way that we operate in this place can be improved. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it's really important for us to recognize our responsibility here. We are here because we were elected, and we were elected in certain numbers that have resulted in 3 parties being represented in this place, and in certain numbers. We are between 90 and 100 members. The government are considerably more, another 20 or 30 members, and the Liberal Party a certain number of members. And then we have some independents in here who like from time to time to stand up and say that they're a party, but in fact they are independent members. I think what we want to do, everybody in here wants to make sure that everybody has a right to participate because they too were elected by their constituency. But as a number have said who have been debating this motion, it's very important that we recognize the system and the way this place operates. If I had my druthers, Mr. Speaker, I would prefer that this place operate by consensus. But that's a dream to the far future. And it's our dream in the New Democratic Party that this can best be achieved through proportional representation. I know that some of the members of the third party are saying that they like that idea. Other members of that party are saying No, they like first past the post because perhaps they can be the commanding party in the next election. But I think that we have to recognize that our system is the system that it is, and the electorate brings us forward, and we're here representing the constituents. So in so doing, we can change the system. We can try to improve it in some way. But one of the things that we've tried to do on this side, certainly in our party, is we've tried to be equitable in the way that we represent our constituents. And if others in this House had an opportunity to join our caucus, they would see a lot of the debate that goes on. But one thing that we do have in common is we agree that there should be gender balance. We agree that all the regions of this country should have a voice in this place. We believe that both official languages should be represented, both in debates in the House, in question period, and in committee. Now, it's not always easy to bring that balance, but we certainly endeavor to do that, and we think it's a really important principle for this place that those basic principles be represented. And unfortunately, while we know that the member means well, and he's trying to reform the place so everybody has an equal or at least a fair voice, the proposals that the member are bringing forward are simply not going to enable that to occur. I mean, simply by every member being able to have a chance to ask a question per week will make it very difficult to provide any kind of cogent presentation in question period. And it's very important to recognize that the official opposition has a very important role in this place. It is our duty in the parliamentary system to hold the government of the day accountable. And so it's very important that we have the opportunity to be strategic in doing that. And in order to do that, we have to have the freedom to decide on who is going to be raising the questions of the day. The second aspect, Mr. Speaker, that the members raised is about committees. And again, certainly in our party, we can recognize his frustrations. We have our own frustrations as official opposition. I myself have been very frustrated in the difference between this government and the same party but previous parliament, where there was much more toing and froing on what we were going to discuss in committee, how we were going to discuss it, and who the witnesses are that come forward, and then also discussing amendments when a bill is before us, or even in a report. So there are enough frustrations there. I don't think we need to make it more complicated by lotteries and those kinds of systems. We have, from time to time, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, actually supported some of the initiatives by the independents. For example, we defended the rights of the independents when the government moved to constrain the rights of independents to table amendments at report stage. We've been very clear that we should be given greater rights in this place. And we also supported the amendments to Bill C-23 proposed by the member for Edmonton-St. Albert, one of my colleagues from Edmonton area, that would have allowed independents to form riding associations and engage in fundraising between elections. So we are open to good proposals that come forward and give everybody in this place that is duly elected greater opportunity to both represent their constituents, speak to their constituents, engage their constituents, and speak for them when they come to this place. But again, it's very important in the committees, and we've endeavored, again, to provide the same kind of balance that we do in question period, Mr. Speaker. We try to endeavor that both official languages are represented through our party, that there's a gender balance, and most important of all is that there's a development of expertise, and that goes back, Mr. Speaker, to the proposals for changing question period. It's very important that the questions we bring forward are based in knowledge and experience and working at the ground level on the issues of the day. They're being brought forward either by the government or other members in this place. So again, I would just close, Mr. Speaker, by saying that I commend the efforts of the member in bringing this forward, and that he has taken his one spot to speak to a motion or a bill in this place to bring forward parliamentary reforms. And my hope is that the government finally listen to our proposals, that we bring together all the representatives in this place to come forward with procedures and policies in this place to make sure that we actually work better and cooperatively together in the interests of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates. Before we get underway, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre, I'll let him know in order to keep 5 minutes remaining for the sponsor of the bill that's before the House, the motion rather that's before the House, I'll need to just provide about 7.5 minutes remaining for his remarks. I'm sure he'll be disappointed by that, as I'm sure the House will be as well. But the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm sure the disappointment's far greater on my part than the rest of the House. I appreciate the opportunity to add my comments to the motion before us. Let me just say at the outset, though, that the best kind of reform we could bring to this place is proportional representation. If we really, really want to change things and make it better, that's the big move. That's the big move. And I also want to acknowledge the enhancement of independent MPs, because this place really is structured around two parties. I'll go so far as to say that there are rights that the third, fourth, and at times fifth parties don't have. And I'll give you an example, Speaker. And these are things that should be changed. I was shocked when I got here, having been a House leader at Queen's Park, where in order to end a bell, and remember, the reason we ring the bell is to tell everybody, hey, we're having a vote, get your rear end over to the House and get ready to cast your vote. And so we calculate our time, because we're all spread out across the precinct, based on fewer green buses because the government's laid off all the drivers. And so interesting that the ones that are driving around their warm limos are the ones that cut the budget for the green buses that the rest of us have to ride on. But, you know, I won't go too far on that one at this point. So when those bells are ringing, that is to tell people that the vote's going to come and you need to get to the House. Now, the bells can be shortened if the whips agree that, for instance, we're all in the House, we've just done something, ceremony or something, we're all here, and the whips are saying, hey, we don't really need to run 30 minutes, we're all here, we all agree, we'll cut it off after 15 minutes, and that's when we see the whips march up the front, and we do the little applaud, and they do the little bowing, the bells end, and then we move to a vote. The problem with the process that we have here in this place, Speaker, in terms of rights of minority parties, is that the whips of the parties other than the government and the official opposition are not considered. And I can tell you on at least 2 occasions, back in minority, the government and the Liberals worked in cahoots to deny us the right to be here, and it was minority, and those kind of votes matter. If you recall, we didn't really know always what the outcome would be. And so ending those bells had the effect of denying us the right to vote. All of that would be eliminated if the whips of all the recognized parties were a party to any agreement to shorten the bells. But instead, 2 parties can do it, and those that are in the other parties, yeah, well, too sad, too bad. That's just the way it goes. So in terms of the reinforcing the rights of independent members and the other recognized parties, we have a lot of work to do because this place really is geared to 2 parties. And everybody else is sort of, and I say this with great respect, having been both the third and the fourth party in my time, bit players. And no one should be treated as a bit player here. So we certainly have some sympathies with that. In terms of all the various changes that are suggested, I want to commend the member for thinking outside the box. I see our friend from Wellington. I got there, just Wellington. Wellington, member from Wellington, has been working for years now on bringing about changes. I think we're getting close to that, and those could bring some refreshing reforms to this place. Again, modest, if you will, but significant in terms of the dynamic of this place. And we look forward to hopefully seeing that bill in its final form pass this place. But the idea of electing and the process, so I compliment the member on thinking outside the box and adding to the list of ideas about how to make this a better place and work better for everyone. However, it is very problematic, certainly from my point of view, and you know, next year is like 25 years I've been in parliamentary places here in Queen's Park, City Council before then, not the same. And I see some real problems with the idea of electing all those positions. First of all, it's always been my personal position that the leader of any party needs to be able to count on their House leader and their whip. If they can't count on their House leader and their whip, they're in big trouble. And there was a time in one caucus when I was at Queen's Park where we elected not just the caucus chairs, but the House leader and the whip. And that's just a recipe for disaster. Because it's not unusual, colleagues will agree, set aside our partisanship and just go with our personal experience. We know that caucus meetings aren't always, not always, kumbaya, heart, flowers, and pixie dust. Sometimes there are divisions, fractures. Now I see my colleague from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale advising me that it's a big love-in whatever the Conservatives meet. So I stand corrected. I stand corrected. The Conservatives never fight. They always get along and everything is fine. And I can accept that political defiance of political gravity. Sure, Dave. And I withdraw the personal reference. But that's a real problem. That's a problem of a leader that can't count 100% on their House leader and their whip. And the fact that they can get elected, thank you, Chair, two minutes, thank you. The fact that they can get elected means that those from, if you will, if you've just finished a leadership race from other camps, could have these big positions. And they may decide that, you know what, I don't think the election's over. And so you can guess what happens. It's very, very problematic. On the other hand, I want to take the last couple of minutes to support the idea of electing caucus chairs. I've always believed, and very, very strongly, and in my own experience, I was an elected caucus chair when we were government at Queen's Park. If you think that leaders are omnipotent when you're in opposition, you should see what it's like when they're in government. And to me, it's the one and only mandate that doesn't come from an appointment from the leader is an elected caucus chair. And when you're at caucus meetings, the leader still has all the power they have, but the caucus chair owes that position and that position only, with a few exceptions, minor exceptions, in the caucus by virtue of the caucus mandate. They have an independent mandate. And I think that's an important counterbalance to the overwhelming power of the leader, rightly, in our system. And I think that provides a good counterbalance. The rest of it I find somewhat problematic. And if I can get this in at the end, the difference, a lot of people want us all to be more independent like they see in the United States where, you know, the Congress people can go here and there. The problem is under our system, you run on a platform. And the leader has every right to be able to say to the people that elect them to form a government, regardless of which party, that this was our policy, this is what we're going to enact, and I expect everybody to uphold that. And if you say that people don't have to follow party discipline, which can go too far, but if you say that's not on at all, then how do you go about enforcing a platform when people cast some of their votes for us individually? We like to think all of them, but it's not true. They vote for a platform. So the leader needs the ability to enhance that platform, and I need the ability to sit down because you're telling me my time is up. Thank you, Speaker.
I would now invite the Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis-Matane-Matapédia, for his right of reply. The Honourable Member will have 5 minutes. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise to defend the motion that I presented, motion M535. First of all, I would like to thank all of the parliamentarians who took the time to debate in both the first and second hour of debate on this motion, to bring their point of view and to bring the depth of thought that is necessary to any debate. And first of all, is change scary? Yes. And, Mr. Speaker, the motion suggests some major changes, as you know. And we live in a time of political cynicism. Parliamentarians have to ask themselves many questions when we see that 40% of Canadians no longer vote. There's a major question that we have to ask. Many would blame the voter and ask, why are you not voting? But I think that we need to look at ourselves and realize that there are some processes that need to change. Democracy is sick. We need to find a solution. In this case, that means we need to find remedies. And the remedy that I have suggested would give more power to individual members. And you know, over time, the political parties have taken over in the House of Commons. At the very beginning of the Commons, the idea was that elected members would come to Parliament to defend their local residents, fellow citizens. And I understand that for logistics and organizational reasons that political parties have a reason for existing. It's important to have strategies, to have coherence in the House of Commons, to be able to score points against the other parties. However, we should not forget that the basic foundation of our democracy is to elect representatives who have the power and the duty, I would say, to go to the House of Commons and to ask questions, to vote on laws, and to hold the government to account. And little by little, the erosion of that power has become clear. Members are becoming more and more pawns, if you will, for their parties, and they represent their party in their community instead of representing their community in their parliament. And so the motion that I have presented today would fix a number of gaps. It's not perfect, I would agree. We all have a different vision of how we should reform, among other things, question period. And the motion that I've presented would give all opposition members one question per week. And that question, and I think that members could have taken the time to look at the motion in a detailed way, that power is given to the members. And, for example, members would be able to exchange their right to a question or cede that to their power. Or, within the party, a mechanism could be found to create the strategy that every party would wish to have in the House of Commons. However, right now, it's up to each party to decide which members have the right to ask a question. There are certain members of this place who've told me, I'm trying to get time to ask a question, but I'm not given that opportunity for various reasons. My party is denying me the basic right to ask a question of a minister, to ask a question of the government. And so I'm trying to change that. Mr. Speaker, I've offered to present the motion to all the parties to answer their questions, to explain the philosophy underpinning the motion, and to explain why it's simple and it can be applied. And it was written with the help of the Library of Parliament. It was not written in a partisan way. It can be applied, and every party could determine how it would affect and apply in their daily life of their party. We want to give members the power to ask questions. That's a fundamental power. The second change would ensure that all members who have expertise in various areas could choose which committee of the House they would wish to sit on. And once again here, there's a mechanism that's very simple that would allow members to exchange that right to reflect a party strategy that would be appropriate to represent their citizens and would be in the interest of the parties. So I would like to invite all parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, to think over the holiday season, to get in touch with me, to ask me questions, and look at how they could improve our democracy. And I hope they will vote in favor of this motion because it is good. And when it comes to democracy, Mr. Speaker, the menu won't appeal to everyone's taste, but I invite all members to take part in democracy over the holiday season and to vote in favor of the motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Fortin, seconded by Madame May, moves that the standing orders of the House of Commons be amended, A, to add the following after Standing Order 14. May I dispense?
Yes. Dispense. Puis-je dispenser? Merci.
Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 28th, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member.
Thunder Bay, Superior North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country have written to me repeatedly expressing their anxiety over the lack of quality services for seniors, especially and including the slashing of service to veterans. In Thunder Bay, Superior North, my constituents are extremely concerned about how the Conservatives plan to deal with their growing problems. Health care is a priority for Canadians, and the Conservatives have not adequately addressed the needs of our seniors. As Canadians, we pride ourselves on our universal health care that seems to shield us from inequalities sometimes seen by our neighbors in the U.S. We hear stories of how radiation therapy has bankrupted American families, how Americans hesitate to visit the emergency room because they don't know if they can afford it. We listen to these stories and have thought we were protected from this, but our confidence is declining. Not only is the cost of pharmacare too high for most Canadians, the growing demand for long-term care facilities and in-home workers for seniors has not been met with planning or funding or action. The Conservatives should realize by now that our growing senior population will require more long-term care facilities and that there is a huge demand for residential care as well, as many seniors wish to remain in their homes and with their loved ones as long as possible. Unfortunately, the supply of in-home care is simply insufficient. We are not doing enough to support in-home care for our seniors. As a result, many seniors are forced into expensive acute care beds in hospitals that are better used for other patients. This is hugely inefficient and winds up costing our seniors more than they can bear and our healthcare system even more. In-home caregivers and services have been praised by those in the healthcare system as being a more dignified and cost-efficient way for seniors to receive the care they need at home. Seniors can maintain their independence much longer and thus have the freedom to manage their lives as they see fit. A part of managing their lives is learning to manage their finances. Seniors need some education on how to organize the financial aspects of their lives in this complex world. Without this, seniors are prone to poverty and a reduced standard of living. Education is one key to keeping our seniors financially stable despite the changing economic climate. It's hard to see what the Conservatives have done to improve health care for our seniors while they've been in power. One thing they have entirely neglected is the vulnerable state of seniors' retirement savings. We need to increase CPP. We know that most Canadians depend on CPP, but with their current benefits, many seniors are falling into poverty. We need to strengthen CPP and protect seniors from the trappings of poverty. The Conservatives have avoided this issue every time it's been brought up. They've done nothing to implement much-needed pension reform and thus leave Canadian seniors worried for their financial stability. Canadians need a national strategy to fight seniors' poverty. The federal government needs to match Canadian sentiment and make this a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to answer my colleague's question today concerning the efforts our government has made on behalf of seniors from coast to coast to coast. I welcome the opportunity to respond to the member from Thunder Bay, Superior North's concerns. First of all, his assertion that nothing's being done at the federal level for seniors is completely and utterly false. This is exactly why our government launched the Information for Seniors and Information for Caregivers portals on our seniors.gc.ca website. Now, these new programs introduced by our government allow seniors and their families and caregivers to easily find information on federal, provincial, and territorial services which seniors can utilize. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, seniors' issues are the responsibility of all three levels of government in various jurisdictions across the country. And just this fall, we published another helpful resource, the Government of Canada's Action for Seniors Report. This demonstrates how the government works across departments and agencies to support seniors. One visit to this website or read through the report, and it becomes very clear that there is, in fact, a great deal being done for seniors by the federal government. Now, for example, largely due to the sound management of our public pensions, Canada now has one of the lowest levels of seniors' poverty in the world. And further than that, since 2006, our government implemented the biggest increase in the guaranteed income supplement in over 25 years, lifting hundreds of thousands of seniors across the country out of poverty. And while every bit of financial support helps our seniors, we also recognize the importance of staying active and staying engaged. Now, this is why the Minister of Seniors, to that end, and the Minister's National Seniors Council recently released their report on the social isolation of seniors, which is some key information on how to tackle this issue of isolation and inactivity by seniors. And one way is through the New Horizons for Seniors program. New Horizons funds supports projects for intergenerational learning. However, there are seniors in Canada who need more help. It pains me to say that estimates we have say that between 4 and 10% of seniors across Canada experience some form of abuse. And that's why we adopted the Protecting Canada's Seniors Act. Now, this sets tougher penalties for elders' abuse. We also developed financial literacy strategies that specifically respond to seniors' needs. Mr. Speaker, those are just a few of many programs, services that we provided for Canadian seniors across the country. I would like to address one further thing the member across spoke about, which was health care issues. And as we all know, the delivery of health care in Canada is within provincial jurisdiction. The Government of Canada's role is to make sure the provinces have the resources to provide equitable service for health care for seniors and for all Canadians from one end of the country to the other. And that's why we have increased health care transfers to the provinces each and every year we're in office, and those increases will continue, Mr. Speaker. So we are actually now increasing money to the provinces at a rate more than the provinces are actually, in many provinces, actually increasing their own spending on health care. So a lot of the issues the member across the way put forward, we actually agree with. We agree that there needs to be more seniors housing. We agree that there needs to be better health care for seniors in many measurable areas of health care. The provinces have been given the resources by the federal government to deliver adequate and equitable and good health care for seniors from across the country. It's up to the provinces to put programs and policies in place to deliver those health care programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Our seniors, including our military veterans, need some real action. We can't wait around for the Conservatives to decide it's the right time for reform. Seniors need in-home care. They're asking for it. But what's the government doing to support their choice for independence? I haven't seen a thing yet. Our seniors are asking for help, and the system is failing them. CPP and seniors' poverty have been ignored for far too long. Benefits simply need to be increased. The Conservatives are putting seniors at risk. We need a national strategy to combat seniors' poverty, as well as children's poverty, for another evening, immediately. Seniors need to be respected and supported in the workforce. The Conservatives need to ensure that employers are supportive of older workers and support these businesses with the right incentives. Will the Conservatives please step up and invest in proper pensions and quality of health care for our seniors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we have done. And as I said in my previous remarks, we've increased health care transfers to the provinces each and every year we've been in office so that the provinces can deliver equitable, adequate, and sound health care to our seniors and, in fact, to all Canadians. That's why we continuously increase those valuable transfers, not only for health care, for education as well. As I said, Canadian seniors show one of the lowest poverty rates in the world today. One of the reasons is because of our increase in the guaranteed income supplement, which, as I said, has lifted hundreds of thousands of seniors in this country out of poverty. We've introduced things to help support the finances of seniors. Income splitting for seniors has provided seniors, I know throughout my riding, literally thousands of dollars in many cases of added revenue into their coffers, into the pockets of these seniors, which they can spend on supporting all the things the member across the way spoke about: their home care, their health care, their ability to get out and enjoy the society, to stop this, what we call this isolation of seniors. Support for elder abuse, so that we don't have seniors who are being preyed upon by neighbors, friends, or even in some cases, even family. We are standing up for seniors, and I can tell you that no government has done more for seniors in Canadian history than this Conservative government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today because I asked a question last week about the Energy East pipeline that would go across Canada from west to east. My question was, Mr. Speaker, Francophones are being treated like second-class citizens in the Energy East pipeline debate. It's unacceptable that the National Energy Board, or NEB, is not being required to provide all documents in both official languages. The issues are too important, and the people must have their say. The documents must be available in both official languages and have the same authority. Will the government finally put its foot down and require the NEB to respect Francophones? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources replied that the National Energy Board had fulfilled its requirements under the Official Languages Act. Any documents produced by the NEB must be published in both official languages. Questions related to documents filed by the applicant should be directed to the latter. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary didn't really know the facts. Energy East filed 30,000 pages of documents with the NEB. A complaint was made, Mr. Speaker, and Energy East Pipeline agreed to have the documents translated. But the NEB said, no, we won't accept that. Only the English version will have the weight of law, will be authoritative. Only the English version of the documents will be authoritative. So, remember we had the debate here about documents filed with reference to Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan. Remember, the documentation was produced in English only, or in one language or the other. Not all the documents were translated. And a complaint was made to the Official Languages Commissioner. And even Parliament is not exempt from that. Even Parliament has to produce all the documents in both languages. And those documents, both versions, have to have legal weight. They have to be legally authoritative. We are not second-class citizens, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Canadian Heritage knows people have to be able to look at the documents. They have to be able to use the documents. Francophones have to be able to use French documents in the same way Anglophones would. It's against the law, Mr. Speaker. And when the Parliamentary Secretary said in answer that the NEB had fulfilled the requirements under the Official Languages Act and that the documents produced by the NEB had to be produced in both languages, well, she admitted they have to be produced in both official languages. So my question, once again, will they admit that there was a violation of the Act? Will they admit that citizens all across Canada, Francophones, should have the same opportunities as Anglophones? They should get the documentation in both official languages, and that documentation should have the same weight, regardless of what language it's in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague seems to have misunderstood the role of the National Energy Board, or NEB, when it comes to requirements under the Official Languages Act. We take no particular position on infrastructure projects until an independent review has been conducted. Our government supports the NEB in its decision-making process when it comes to energy infrastructure projects like the Energy East pipeline. The NEB is currently studying this project. They take into account comments from the public, from industry, from environmental groups, and from First Nations. The NEB's review will meet all requirements of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the NEB Act, and the Official Languages Act. After reviewing all the evidence before it, the NEB will recommend approval of the project if it's in the public interest. No project will be given the green light unless the government is sure that it is safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. We are anxious to learn the results of the NEB's rigorous, in-depth, independent review. Our government has been clear. Projects will only be approved if they are safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. As an agency, the National Energy Board must respect the requirements of the Official Languages Act, and they do so constantly. That is why the NEB will hold a fully bilingual hearing on the Energy East application from TransCanada. The documentation distributed at the hearing will be available in both official languages, French and English. However, companies and individuals participating in an NEB hearing are not subject to the Act. A company filing documents and other stakeholders are free to file their information with the NEB in the language of their choice, French or English. In this case, TransCanada has posted on its website part of its submissions on the Energy East project in French, and I would invite the member to speak to the proponent if he has any questions about that. Mr. Speaker, the House can rest assured that the National Energy Board is fulfilling its requirements under the Official Languages Act in connection with its review of the Energy East pipeline project, as in the case of any project. The application and issues raised are important because all Canadians must be able to access federal documentation in the official language of their choice. The NEB wants to hear from those who are directly affected by this project and would encourage them to provide their comments in the official language of their choice. That is why we encourage all Canadians directly affected by any project to submit an application to participate in the review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. I've never seen so many contradictions as I'm seeing here tonight. The NEB has a fundamental obligation to represent Canadians in both official languages. The government, through the Parliamentary Secretary, is saying that you can visit the company's website and find what they happen to have translated. But what this means is that Francophones in Eastern Canada will not have access to the same information as Anglophones in the West. The Official Languages Commissioner, this won't be the first time the Official Languages Commissioner has had to investigate or that the federal government has breached the Official Languages Act. This government refuses to let the Official Languages Committee sit and has done so since September. This is a total disrespect, a lack of respect for Francophones. Once again, people in Quebec will not get the information, and people in New Brunswick will not get the information. People in Northern Ontario, Northern Manitoba, they won't get the information that everyone else is getting. This is a mistake. The NEB has a fundamental responsibility to provide documentation in both official languages. That's their responsibility. It's the government's responsibility. Never mind the stories about independent, arm's length, and so on. If the documentation is not available in both official languages, this is a violation of the Official Languages Act. the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I explained earlier, the National Energy Board follows the requirements, complies with the requirements of the Official Languages Act, as it is called upon to do. Groups or individuals directly affected by the project or who have relevant expertise should apply to take part in the review, and they can make that application with the NEB in the official language of their choice. Any documents produced by the National Energy Board are published in both official languages. However, questions related to documents filed by the applicant should be directed to the project proponent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.